صباح الخير لحظات حضورنا الكريم، ويبدأ حفل القمة العالمية للبروبتك. حضورنا الكريم نرجو منكم التفضل بالجلوس، والمتواجدون في خارج القاعة برجاء الدخول إلى القاعة وأخذ أماكنكم لبدء افتتاح القمة العالمية للبروبتك. السلام الملكي.
العالم يتغير، الواقع يتطور، التقنيات حولت الحاضر وتصنع المستقبل وتنشأ الرؤى، والسعودية تقرر أن التقنية قرار، حكومة إلكترونية لخدمة الإنسان. توحدت الأهداف وسخرت الإمكانات لترى المشهد برؤية مختلفة ثم تتصدر.
into the kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
تصدرت المملكة
وحققت المركز الرابع عالمياً
والأول إقليمياً.
لم تزل المملكة العربية السعودية الدولة السباقة في التحول الرقمي والرائدة في الاستخدام كماً ونوعاً، حيث شهدت القطاعات العامة والخاصة كافة تحولاً مبهراً في رقمنة تعاملاتها ومواكبة تحديثات التقنية المتسارعة. واليوم نشهد ذلك التحول في القطاع العقاري الذي ساهمت التشريعات في سرعة تحوله، حتى غدت المنصات والتطبيقات قناة رئيسية للتعاملات العقارية والتقنيات الذكية في البناء، أسلوب حياة وعنوانا لبيئة مرنة مستدامة تتخذ من الابتكار شعاراً واتجاه. ولا غرابة أن أصبحت التكنولوجيا اليوم ركيزة أساسية في الخدمات العقارية كافة، من التنظيم إلى التمكين ومن التسويق إلى الإدارة. يقف خلفها أبناء وبنات وطن طموح يؤكدون في كل محفل بأننا نبني، نطور، نبتكر. من أجلهم جاءت القمة العالمية للبروبتك، منصة رائدة لكل رائد ومساحة للابتكار لكل مبتكر، بتطلعات طموحة تواكب رؤية الوطن وأهداف استراتيجية نمكن فيها رواد الأعمال لتوظيف التقنيات الذكية يشاركنا فيها العالم، لعرض أحدث الابتكارات التكنولوجية العقارية والكشف عن أسبار تجارب خدمت الإنسان وسهلت حياته، لنفتح من خلالها لنا وللعالم أجمع باباً جديداً لمستقبل مشرق بصناعة سعودية.
يجب أن نشيد بكل السعوديين أن لدينا عقليات سعودية مبهرة ورائعة جداً ومشرفة، خاصة في جيل الشباب. طاقة قوية، شجاعة، ثقافة عالية، احترافية جيدة وقوية جدا. باقي فقط العمل، نعمل لصناعة السعودية اللي نريدها في المستقبل.
معالي وزير البلديات والإسكان، رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العامة عبد الله الحقيل،
and our viewers in Saudi Saudi channel now. And I would like to welcome you all at the Global PropTech Summit organized by REGA in a strategic partnership with the National Housing Company, aiming to enhance the positioning of the kingdom as a hub of PropTech and to support the global competitiveness by participating of 120 speakers, one of the most influential companies and players in PropTech and thought leaders from 80 countries that we are privileged to have them over 2 days for this summit to showcase success stories and innovative and inspiring ideas. First of all, I would like to draw your attention that we have the simultaneous devices on the whole. Distinguished guests, in the light of the real estate is witnessing of unprecedented growth because of the legislative framework which govern the procedures. Real estate general agency has its finger, its prints to facilitate the process and the journey still going on towards creating a sustainable property industry. I would like to invite the CEO of Real Estate General Authority to deliver the opening remarks. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace and the blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his household. Your Excellency, Ministry of Housing and Municipalities, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, good morning to you all. It's my privilege on behalf of the Real Estate General Authority to welcome you at Global PropTech Summit, to welcome the subject matter experts in two important sectors, innovation and real estate. And I would like to welcome our speakers coming from different parts of the world. Welcome with the best wishes of a nice stay in your second country, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I would like to thank you for being with us, that we firmly believe that it will be added value scientifically for the real estate sector worldwide. Distinguished guests, the real estate sector constitutes a pillar of economy for urbanization and development today in Saudi Arabia, through having the assets and the potentials. They are gearing for creating a future for the real estate property to raise the efficiency and effectiveness and to enhance its role in diversifying the national economy and to unleash and unlock the potential with the unlimited support by the wise leadership which has driven us to global ranking in terms of e-government, and we are at REGA. We will seize this opportunity with the cooperation and synergy with the government agencies to proceed to make this sector a leader in digital transformation at the regional and international levels, and will enhance competitiveness in PropTech. In the framework of this direction, we will announce the PropTech Center, SBH, to be the key channels for innovation in this sector and the key driver which drive the growth in this sector and enabler of SMEs and startups in this sector, and to be integrated community for technology and innovation in this sector and in ecosystem. An integrated ecosystem, contributing to creating the opportunities and fostering global partnerships. The PropTech Center is operational umbrella driven by key initiatives, the Sandbox and the Accelerator and the Summit and the PropTech Council, and will have this kind of momentum to translate such initiatives into sustainable development driven by innovation and research and the digital transformation strategy and the development of the legal framework. Today, with the announcement of this center, we will receive the applications of startups to facilitate their operations through the sandbox adopted by the authority to develop the legal framework which reflects such kind of advanced technology, and to open the space for the big players and SMEs at the national level and international level willing to invest in the real estate market and innovators in real estate the opportunity to test new technologies in a real environment before scaling up to make the second box enabler and supporter of the real estate by developing the regulations and issuing new regulations in full alignment with the new technology and the need for innovation in the market. And we announced the start of the real estate accelerating technology in cooperation with the National Information Center and the startup wise guys with the investment value more than 400 billion euro. And such accelerator is like incubator, providing resources and expert for growth and expansion. And the visitor of this summit through our pavilion we will showcase a number of advanced models of the accelerators and register their application to join in. And one of the key initiatives of the Saudi PropTech Center, such summit is coming to bring together the brilliant minds internationally and globally, and the venture capital which adopt inspiring ideas and entrepreneurs and startups in real estate technology. And the center is a platform to host the experts, to be a space for sharing ideas and foresight the opportunities which will drive the sector to the next levels and the new horizons. In conclusion, our keenness to invest and to leverage the technology is a necessity to cope with the international changes and to ensure to provide the best services and to achieve the highest level of satisfaction of the beneficiaries and in the real estate sector, realizing that the next future will be for those who will leverage the technology for the benefit of for the humanity. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure on behalf of myself and the real estate agency to express our deep thanks and gratitude for being with us today. And my thanks go to the organizers of this flagship events and the sponsors and supporters and success partners for what they have put in for the success of this event. Hopefully the outcomes of this summit will achieve the desired gains and will have a rich and invaluable discussions through the insightful discussions which will assist to realize Vision 2030. I pray to God for the prosperity of this country under the custodian of the leadership of the custodian of two holy mosques and the Crown Prince, and thank you all. Thank you, Engineer Abdullah. As part of the strategic partners in this list, the name of the National Housing Company as a key developer, which enhancing the development of this real estate, and this is the opening remarks delivered by Mohammed bin Saleh Al-Bati, the CEO of the National Housing Company. Your Excellency, Minister of Municipalities and Housing, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning to you all and peace be upon you all. Welcome to summit, which represent transformation in real estate investment and development. Today, we bring together brilliant minds in the real estate and real estate players. Last month, the global government index announced the ranking of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia being ranked the fourth globally and the first regionally and the second at the G20 for digital services for 2024. And the ambitious capital has been ranked the third one, which reflect the huge development and the transformation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in government services in the light of the Vision 2030. And for the National Housing Company has played a remarkable role in achieving such kind of advanced ranking. We are so proud to be leaders in a transformation in real estate sector through the development and the operation of 8 digital real estate platforms, acquiring 87% of the transactions nationwide in a community which is handling the real estate with high priority, and this reflects the optimism of our citizen for the platform that we develop that has witnessed 3 million visits. We work on the development of 3 digital channels, and this is make us a strategic partner for the private and the public sector, and enhancing the trust in the real estate sector, and the reorchestrating the services and engineering the services to be a digital one, and innovation in providing added value services which raise the satisfaction of the beneficiaries and achieve the aspiration by using modern technology and the application of AI, and creating investment opportunities at a wider scale. Since our inception as a national real estate developer, and as part of the core of its activities, has given priority in largely to the real estate technology, being the first company interested in the digital transformation, which is called the PropTech, leading this kind of a promising sector for which we leverage our potentials to enhance reading the landscape, not only through our operations in real estate development, but through the real estate data contributing, providing services for the real estate market and the number of the transactions, and regulating the landscape, and the marketing the services, and developing products which meet the aspirations of our country. And we started scaling up in supporting services. We are working today on a model, innovative model that we have the partnership of the Ministry of Housing, and based on which we will start to operate and develop 2 channels, Baladi and Forest opportunities. And we announced to start and develop 2 platforms which will allow to read different reading of the real estate landscape, to have in total 10 platforms in which will serve more than 18 million beneficiaries and users. And with the close cooperation with the real estate, we consider our partnership is a strategic one. As a national company, we are the key pillars and to digitalize this sector, and we provide promising opportunities, and every day we explore new horizons to provide innovative solutions and new initiatives which can help our partners to achieve their goals and open new doors for investment in the real estate sector. In conclusion, I pray to God that this summit will achieve its outcomes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, distinguished guests. The Real Estate General Authority enables and empowers entrepreneurs in real estate by advancing and driving the opportunities, driving the sector into new horizons in integrated, regulated environments. Now I give the floor to the sponsor of this summit, His Excellency, the Minister of Housing and Municipality, His Excellency Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqil. We give the floor to His Excellency to deliver his opening remarks. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear gathering, it's my pleasure to welcome you at the Global PropTech Summit, Saudi Arabia. This event is considered a remarkable platform to share insights and ideas about the future of technology in real estate and housing sectors. At a time, we see the kingdom takes wide strides to achieve and realize Vision 2030. This vision, which aims to make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a leading models in different areas, including the real estate and the municipalities sectors. The digital transformation is part and a parcel, integrated part of this vision, a key pillar. We seek to enhance the quality of life and raise the quality of services provided to citizens and visitors and residents and investors, which will contribute the development of real estate housing sector and enhancing urban planning and real estate development by adopting technologies such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things and the big data. We create ecosystem more intelligent and sustainable. And such a transformation open new horizons for investment, especially in the brokerage platforms, which can assist and help to consolidate the ties of stakeholders, which can open the market and increase the GDP growth. In addition to that, we can find huge opportunities for innovation in diversified platforms because of the government data and information which can be leveraged and which enable the stakeholders to get diversified services through digital application, innovative applications. And one of the instances and examples of the success of such platform, we can look at the integration of the government agencies and sharing data, which contribute to creating comprehensive ecosystem to provide customized and effective service to beneficiaries. In addition to applications such as secondary and the pallet application, which will be marketplace for a number of platforms, which will allow having services by click, which will enhance in turn the quality of life. We are amazed with the national talents, with the models of advanced applications in technology, which witness wide adoption in the local markets. No doubt, the partnership between the private and public sector constitute promising opportunities for such transformation. The private sector can play a pivotal role in providing innovative solutions and to invest and for sustainable investment. And what has been announced by Mr. Abdullah Al-Hamad, but that they would have a platform that can enhance our role at the international level as a leading technological center. I invite you in this summit to share insights, experience, and explore the investment opportunities to achieve the ambition of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and they contribute to building more sustainable cities and intelligent cities which can fit the next generation. I would like to thank the organizers of this summit and for their excellent work in preparation for such flagship event, and I would like to thank you for being with us, wishing the best for you, and thank you all. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this invaluable opening remarks, and with your permission, stay on the stage to sign a number of agreements and to honor and recognize sponsors. We will start with the first agreement, which is a cooperation between the Real Estate General Authority, represented by Engineer Abdullah bin Saud Al Hamad, CEO CEO of the General Estate Authority, and the National Program for the Development of Information Technology, represented by Ibrahim bin Abdulaziz Ilyas, the CEO of the program, National Program for the Development of Information Technology. This agreement aims to consolidate and foster strategic partnership to attract accelerators which adopt the best practices, international best practices, and encourage innovative companies in real estate sector, and to provide counseling services to help them conduct their operations. Group photo. The second agreement, cooperation agreement between the National Housing Company, represented by Rayyan Al Adl, the CEO of Solution Sector, and Takaful Rajhi for Insurance, represented by Abdullah bin Ghanim, the CEO of the company. This agreement aims to provide digital insurance products for rented housing or residential units. The third cooperation agreement between the National Housing Company, represented by Rayyan Al Adl, and Malaz for Insurance, represented by Fawaz Al Hajji, CEO of Malaz for Insurance. This agreement aims to provide digital insurance services for housing units, rented housing units. Distinguished guests, His Excellency the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, recognizing and honoring the sponsors who provided effective contributions to this summit. And Mr. Mohammed Al-Bati will join us to recognize and honor sponsors. The sponsors honored: Malaz for Insurance, platinum sponsor.
شركة الصك العقارية
صق real estate company platinum sponsor.
تكافل الراجحي
تكافل
ذهبي.
الرجحي gold sponsor.
تطبيق
deal
راعي
application gold sponsor.
شركة بسيطة
بسيطة
شركة بسيطة
بسيطة gold sponsor.
طيب التالي تطبيق
عقار application gold sponsor.
شكرا شركة الأندلس العقارية
الأندلس real estate company gold sponsor.
وأخيرا
And finally, I Freyad's gold sponsor.
شكرا شكرا لك معالي
Thank you,
الوزير
Your Excellency, and we invite Your Excellency in closing the opening ceremony to take a tour to the exhibition. And like, thank you for being with us and honoring us for sponsoring this summit. Thank you.
السادة والسيدات، ندعوكم إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سننطلق معكم إلى الجلسات بعد دقيقتين من الآن.
تست ما كنتو
أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا.
Good morning and welcome to the Global PropTech Summit. The summit discusses a number of themes, including entrepreneurship in the real estate sector, applications of AI, and the real estate innovative solutions and its impact on supply chains, and other themes that we will discuss over a number of panel discussions and presentations over today and tomorrow. We will start with the first panel discussion and start our agenda today for a PropTech, the first session around the real estate future, advanced management and data analysis. We have the keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Fahad Adosari, President of General Authority of States of Statistics, GESTAT, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Talat Hafiz. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Housing and of Municipalities, the sponsor of this summit, and His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Al-Hamad, CEO of Real Estate General Authority. I have only 20 minutes or to 30 minutes. I will start our fire chat focusing on the importance of data in real estate sector. I would like to welcome the President of General Authority for Statistics, Dr. Fahad Adosari. I'm so privileged to be part of this discussion. Vision 2030 is a very ambitious vision and the paradigm shift the authority has witnessed. If we would like to focus on the strategic directions of the GESTAT in the light of the strategic vision, I'm so privileged in this summit, which support innovation and applying the most possible technology, the momentum driven by Vision 2030, encouraging transparency, including data and data availability for informed decision, and encouraging and driving innovation and using digital solutions in a number of areas. In Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the GESTAT over the recent years, we developed a strategy supporting Vision 2030 through providing the best practices in terms of quality and accuracy, and to help inform decision making. I will start one of the key pillars of the Vision 2030 to create a statistics agency, one of the most reliable agency in the world, especially that we have a very reliable data. We started with the infrastructure as being concerned about the technologies, information technology, and the transformation in information technology was or has been one of the key priorities when we started our journey, and we have made huge advancement in digital transformation at the level of GESTAT, and we started to work on a clarification or the excellence of our activities to raise the quality of our work, in addition to building and fostering partnerships. And His Excellency the Minister highlighted the public and the private partnership and we focused on the partnership with the private sector and academic sector, and the partnerships with the family and individuals and the households who benefit from having such data, in addition to raising awareness regarding our work, because it's very important. Having or gathering data is very important. The good news, we have invested in a number of solutions, advanced solutions to provide accessibility to data, and over the over the next time, we will have one window for data and create websites and applying and leveraging the best technologies, including artificial intelligence. We will have a chat bot which can help those who are interested to ask a specific question if they ask about the GDP in a specific year and how to calculate it. So this is accessibility for data. I might focus on the strategy with the support of the board over the last period or recent period or the future and the future. The GSTAT will provide the best high quality data, and later on I'm gonna talk about the best practices that we have adopted, which contributed to the development of the statistical work. It's not a part of a flattery to the authority. What we have drawn our attention, the reliability and the transparency of the data that you provide. To talk about technology and the technology, modern technology applications, and I might say that you have applied a number of sophisticated technologies. So what is the key applications of technology in statistical sphere? One of the practices to develop our products in general, we have found that the diversified sources of data can raise the quality of the data. And we mentioned before the censuses and the diversified source of data helped us in censuses and surveys. Surveys one of the key sources of data, and we have different sources for data collection by using a telephone or in the field, or the self survey by using the website. This is for surveys, for the administrative registers and records. Since the inception of the vision, we have seen high quality of the administrative registers with the private and the public sectors. Using the data registry is very important to raise the quality. The other sources of data, as you mentioned, we have for the censuses, we have applied energy consumption and water consumption to identify this household is inhabited, and using the artificial intelligence we started to apply, and it has helped us to drive what we do with the diversification of data. It's very important to focus on the privacy and the confidentiality of data, and the households and individuals of in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The infrastructure, as I mentioned before, having a robust infrastructure to diversify the source of data is essential. Information technology, I think it's one of the key achievements that we have made, and having a pool and lake of data, and how to manage and building records and registers is one of the key projects that we have completed a few months ago. We have built records for the residential and the commercial activities. In addition to that, we have a system for the surveys management, which can help us to manage the surveys. So you can get data from registers to be inserted in surveys to raise the quality of a verification of information and data and data. So and satellites, one of the key examples that I will showcase, which can help you to have another additional layer of verification of the quality of data, God willing, that will reach higher percentage, 90% in raising the quality of data that we collect and gather. We have seen using modern technology in the recent censuses that you have conducted. Talking about the digital transformation of the products, I know that more than 80 products provided by Gestat, you invested in more than 75 products. We need to elaborate a little bit about products. Last year, roughly, we conducted a project to identify the products statistical products that we should develop, and we looked into the products that we are working on and the international best practices and the local demand. As you know, that Abu Nada, that especially under the Vision 2030 and the public sector and the private sector and the demand, the growing demand, we have identified 85 products. And then we put an action to develop 70 products out of 85. It's a very ambitious project to be completed within 2 years. When I mentioned that we invest in each product, we identify the phases of development and aspect, and we work with closely with the partners in the private and the public, and we set in place action plan and to identify diverse sources of data, and then we put a plan for publication and raising awareness in using the such products in a larger scale. God willing, thanks to God, by the end of this year, we will develop 49 products out of 70, and we have a product such as related to the digital economy. And last week, in close cooperation with the partners, we launched a product specialized in direct foreign investment, and we have a number of developmental products related to GDP that we started to work on a comprehensive economic survey. We have visited more than 420 sites, and the agriculture survey. We have applied a accounting framework issued by United Nations, which is used for the first time for the environment, agriculture, and the land uses. Land uses, for instance, can identify the land uses at nationwide, including real estate, including agriculture, and non-used or vacant or other sectors. So those are of the services, products which support decision making, to be informed, to take informed decisions. One of the key elements that we have found growing demand details at the level of the activities and diversification of activities, or a wide range of activities. We have a newly established sectors such as culture and entertainment and the sports and other sectors which witness a huge investment inspired by the vision. So it's very important for Gestat to provide the best indexes which highlight the contribution of such sectors and its part or its role in GDP to GDP. The final part, if you allow me, Abu Nada, then I'm gonna talk about, delve into details to products related to real estate. It's very important for the availability of products at the level of regions. God willing, we'll have products for the GDP and other products which will be used, and will have indexes at the level of the regions, and this will enhance competitiveness across regions. The kingdom has this kind of diversified resources and geographical regions, and it's very important to measure the contribution of each region nationwide. I will move to one of the key products, and I'm so more than happy that to be part of this summit to showcase the price index, general price index of the real estate, in cooperation with the real estate sector and other government agencies, to develop this general price index, which is published since 2040 on quarterly basis, which is used as a source of data, especially from the record data from the Ministry of Justice. We invested heavily to raise the quality and accuracy of this product, and cooperation with the partners, with the high appreciation of the Real Estate General Authority for their support, and we are looking forward to more success stories that we are pride in. And I have to slide this. I asked it to be added in this interview. This is just an example for the diversification or diverse source of data that we have. We gather data. This is. I have two slides to show. As the classification of the real estate is very essential for land and others, and we have a number of indexes to identify if there is a difference between the well-recognized sources, as I said, the record data from the real estate agency and the Ministry of Justice, and the data from the census by 2022. At that time, we have surveyed a number of the real estate units in Saudi Arabia. We reached 12,400,000 units, including 8 million residential units. With such sources are coupled with the satellite images. So I would like to express our deep thanks for our partners who shared the satellite images. And as we mentioned before, having models of special AI applications connect the source of data with the satellite images. And move to the next slide. This can give us a living example of one of the neighborhood in red. It's a vacant land, and in green it's a building. Then we classify, looking into the previous classification. If we have such errors, we rectify such errors by using artificial intelligence to reach the accuracy of 99%. And frankly speaking, I'm so proud that to announce we have launched it today, this morning, 9 a.m., this product by using modern technology. So all thanks and the credit for those who helped us to achieve and accomplish this product. Abu Abdullah, before asking the closing question, because we have run out of time, just that doesn't intervene in decision making. Just you share information and data. But as a matter of fact, the annex we have measurement of production inputs such as the steel price. As a real estate, it's very beneficial for us saying that this product with the modern technology by using Geo AI, this is situated, such data can help me in this regard. It's not your decision, but it's my decision as investor. But is it a very helpful tool for me, having a reliable data and figures with high quality and high accuracy? It's very important for decision making, making circles and investment, and we are so keen that this index reflects the reality and the price changes. And realistically, in real estate markets, we have mentioned before having interactive maps of censuses, and it's very important for the private sector, which will provide high quality and accuracy for demographic features with the keeping confidentiality. If you allow me, Abu Nada, I'm gonna talk about right now. We have a number of products, existing products, including the price index and the average prices of commodities and wages. We look into the average prices for commodities which is related to the real estate, such as steel and cables and cement, and which help the decision making. And I would like to seize this opportunity to announce over a few time we will launch 2 products which will support decision making in real estate sector. The first product is related to the general price index of construction costs, including the contractors and consulting firms, in addition to the cost of labor and construction for each phase and milestone of the project and the product prices. We have 53 commodities which will be part of this price index, and will announce it within a few months, the next few months. The other important product which will support the real estate sector, the general price index for the producers. And we have details related to the real estate market, such as cement and steel, which have been produced locally and domestically. What is the cost for the producers, at least for the investors, when they have different and diverse indexes, well informed and carefully made decision is made. So as a developer, can I benefit from such data? The figures and data are available and accessible on our website, which allow for those who search for information to have easy access to such information and data. As I mentioned, our investments over the next month will be on our website, the new website. Right now, we have a number of websites. When you look for data or information, if we have one portal, one window in which we use artificial intelligence for any users, so for those who are interested, so they can get easy access for information and data. The final question, where are we going in the light of the transformation and digital transformation regarding the real estate? What is the future? The future, as I mentioned, to take Gestat to the next level, to be one of the leading agency applying the international best practices, and we are so proud to host the data forum organized by United Nations, and this is a good evidence of the huge transformation and the momentum created and inspired by the Vision 2030. So and the journey is going on in the light of the new technologies, and we are in a summit which enhances innovation and using the best technological solution. It's very important to enhance and drive innovation and using modern technology at the level of our agency, and we will continue, and we are gearing up for using more technology. I would like to thank you for giving us such valuable insights. It's not a part of compliment or flattery. You have made a paradigm shift in data accuracy and reliability for different sectors, including the real estate sectors. Thank you, Dr. Fahd, and see you soon. Thank you, Dr. Fahd. And thank you, Talat Hafiz, for moderating this session. We move to the next interview in the real estate register in PropTech enablement. The panelist is Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman, CEO Real Estate Registry. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. I'd like to thank you for being with us in this global summit. It's my pleasure to be a part of this summit regarding the PropTech, which requires our efforts and the products to operate this massive sector. And looking into this, the massive sector since 2019, we have provided more than we have injected more than 800 billion as loans to drive this sector and to improve the infrastructure for providing such transactions and activities. If we talk about the deals of last year, we have 445 billion. So this is a large scale of this market, which requires concerted efforts of the regulator and the beneficiaries. Innovation and technology is the cornerstone of this market. And the real estate register maintain the deed of this property to connect the PropTech and the beneficiaries. The register serves three companies which through the sandbox to provide data related to real estate and the ownership and the value of the deals to enhance and improve the infrastructure of this sector. And thanks to God, we'll sign three other deals with other companies, and we are looking forward to other strategies with the PropTech sector to develop and grow this real estate sector based on driven by data and technology to create a successful and sustainable sector and to provide reliable data. If we look into the real estate register to provide more than 1,600 property, and thanks to God, we have issued more than 350,000 of such property. So we are considered one of the largest storage of data on the real estate sector in a very automated manner. We started a year ago, and we look forward to more success and prosperity to provide what we can do of providing data for such tech companies to ease and streamline the procedures and the client's life cycle in regarding of enhancing data. You can imagine the real estate registry providing services with the REGA to set the systems which identify the rule of property. The property is property. What is it? Land, building, commercial, or it might be towers or stores. We will provide through such data infrastructure for different sectors to provide innovative solutions and services to help take informed decision around the clock. Thanks to God, we have 3,000 real estate transactions conducted by through this registry. Such data can be accessible for different sectors, PropTech companies and real estate developers to take wider insights on the register. And thanks to God, with the full support of Real Estate General Authority, we together announce Riyadh, Al Qasim, Mecca, Al Medina, Dammam. Announce them. 5 regions have been announced, and the future is promising. The key message that I would like to drive home: the register should be your option to provide, because we have the infrastructure of data which can be used to develop products to your clients. What you can provide is the market analytics, prices, the number of deals, value, and other details, including details for the title of this property, and to avoid duplications and multiplicity of registering of such property. So we have different kind of verification. We rely on the geostate information, and we have different tools of verification, and we provide as well tools to make sure of the bank warranty or escrow account to maintain and preserve rights of each party of the transaction, and to complete it properly to reach maturity. Started since 1 year, and right now we are on the journey to announce more than 2,000 real estate property by the end of this year. So within we can drive this idea home, that our strategy is to ease the client's journey, and to provide high reliable data for the transaction in this sector, the sector which is considered the key foundation for a number of industries. So hopefully that we will be a trusted partner, and to enhance transparency, and to provide the best services to your clients, and to develop the real estate sector. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman. We come to automation in facilities management, vision or reality. And this is a presentation delivered by Engineer Abdullah Al-Wahidi, the CEO of Irtikaz Group. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his household. Distinguished guests, good morning to you all. Allow me to take you on a journey to move from present to the future and to the past a little bit, to be able to know how to manage facilities, taking into account the digital transformation. So what is the future? what does the future mean? Future for some, what is going to happen. It's everything which will take time from the present moment. So we should plan for the future, and we might fear off, but to some extent, we can control the future. We can control the future to some extent. We can control the future through the sound preparation for future. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, as said, quote the First Lady. It's not what we wish, but the future is what we make. So allow me in this to go back to the past a little bit to talk about myself. My name Abdullah Al-Wahidi from United Arab Emirates. I was born in Ras Al Khaimah Emirate, away from the urban development. I lived my life thinking about the future as the children of this region, thinking about my future, what will take place, and what are my dreams for the future. So what would you like to be in the future? This question that I asked myself, that the only answer is to be an engineer. I didn't fully realize why I have selected engineering in particular. I didn't know if to be electric engineer or mechanical engineer, or I might be a civil engineer. What's all I know and wish and I aspire for is to be engineer. After years of hard work and I have been able to be engineer, but I have become electric engineer, and I have another challenge. What next? Which direction I would take in my life, the financial one, or what you aspire and you have passion and excited about. I started my journey with the facility management. Facility management is a specialization which cannot be studied or majored at university. Facility management requires from each individual in this sector to be with the diverse set of skills in diverse areas. The facility manager is a financial manager, and engineering manager and technical manager. The facility manager is can do such multiple tasks, and I'm sure that each one of you has taken different rules, such as fixing the tab or the bulb or the lamp. If we need to understand the scope of facility management, is integration between four pillars. It is the integration of four pillars: human, place, and way of work, and technology. Facility management is integration of four pillars: work, place, human, and technology. Such integration can lead to the optimal use of property, and this is the aim the facility manager aspire for. In the past, our life was simpler and away from complexity, but over times and development in different methods of life and sectors, our life became more sophisticated and complicated and complex, and we transformed from simple buildings to more complex buildings with the higher demands. Even the facility management has there is a great and growing need for resources, and to have to provide such sources for the building. So we moved from a simpler tools to more sophisticated, complicated ways and methods of facility management, and no need to worry because we have available solution for effective facility management, and the credit goes for the technologies which we could use to change the business model from a primitive one in managing and running facilities to a sophisticated one. The transformation in this sphere by using Internet of Things or using data, big data and technology and advanced technologies moved this sector, moving from being a sector based on simple basics, for instance, routine maintenance, into a dramatic transformation in the management by using preventive maintenance, by using smart meters and Internet of Things to reach the optimal method of running and managing facilities. Today, by using modern technology, we are more able to raise the efficiency of the management, and in terms of costs and controlling of readings and auditing and reviewing smart meters and performance measurements or KPIs. The ultimate goal and the noble goal through the management of facilities to reach higher level of satisfaction of our customers. By the end of the day, each facility revolves around the clients who benefit from the property. This is a journey. It's not easy drive, but has a lot of challenges. As I said at the very beginning, we have 4 pillars: people, processes, technology, and place. If we mention the challenges ahead in facility management, it's closely related to. The first one is people. The second part is technology. So it's said that the engineers are resist change because of the responsibilities on their shoulders. The facility manager wouldn't like to spend time learning a new skill, but rather doing their routine tasks. So there is a desperate need for a continuous learning and training and the capacity building and the managing change management to transform this management from being a primitive one to technology-driven management. And we have another challenge, which is the financial resources. We might talk about that we have new programs through which we can develop the process, but these programs might generate high costs which cannot be incurred. So we have legacy of investment related to systems which have been purchased and used in the past. So we need to have a process to integrate the legacy with the new programs and modern investment. So there are opportunities ahead in real estate by investment in technologies and through cooperation and integration between real estate developers and the technology providers to provide optimal and effective facility management and to apply careful steps to convince those who resist change to embrace change for a transformation of management driven by technology, and to reach this pinnacle or this target, we need to take actions, simple actions and bold actions as well. Through such actions, we can change the processes and to advance facility management. In conclusion, I ask you a question: does a change in facility management is a vision or reality? The vision without hard work wouldn't be materialized and translated into reality. And the future, as I said, it's not what we wish, but what we make. Thank you. We move to a panel discussion on emerging technologies in shaping the future of PropTech. The panelists is engineer Ibrahim Niyaz and engineer Ziad Al-Shamri and Mr. Faisal Al-Zayat and Mr. Saud Islamani, the moderator of this session, Dr. Asim Al-Abdul Latif. I invite them all to join us on the stage to start this panel discussion.
سليمان طريف.
Just I ask their excellencies to start this first panel discussion, which is entitled "The Role of Emerging Technologies in Shaping the Future of PropTech." Hey, in the name of Allah, Mr. Compassionate, I would like at the first panel discussions titled Emerging Technologies in Shaping the Future of PropTech. I would like to welcome you all, and I would like the panelists, starting from Engineer Ibrahim Niaz from the right, the CEO of National Technology Development Program, and Engineer Ziad Shammari, the Chief Strategy and Partnerships Officer, Real Estate General Authority, and Mr. Faisal Azayat, Head of Digital and Innovation at Adara. I will start with the Engineer Ibrahim Niaz to give us an introduction to the National Technology Development Program and its role in enhancing and driving innovation and startups in PropTech. Good afternoon to you all. The National Technology and Development Program is a fund with the value of 2.5 billion US dollar. The rule is development is startups and startups in this real estate sector. And as I mentioned, to support entrepreneurs and to support as well the startups to start their business in the Saudi market, and to help them to scale up locally and regionally, and to be part of the global companies. We are working with the enablers, with the diverse investment funds and the venture capital, and they are working with the ownership and private equity accelerators, incubators, and the government agencies and the regulator, and to enable this sector. Our ultimate goal, how to can serve the founders and the entrepreneurs to start their business and to attract investment from different venture capital funds and other funds from outside the kingdom. On the other side, we provide more than 18 products. Such products are granted grants to start business. So we provide, we offer $150,000 and a grant 3 millions, and to scale up outside the kingdom we have 5 million. So most of the products comes in the shape and form of grants, and we provide the products. Our products includes a wide range of products such as upskilling and providing grants and loans. We granted a lot of overseas companies and accelerators, including startup wise as the first accelerator in PropTech, and the volume of loaning reached 1.8 billion Saudi riyal compared to 400 million in 2022. So we have seen significant growth, and for the companies that we have supported, they managed to close investment rounds, and the number of the companies created as new companies in this system since October 2022 exceeded, or roughly 600 new companies in different sectors, out of which 20 companies in PropTech and FinTech, and we will double such number in partnership with the real estate general authority, and our impact is more than 4 billion Saudi riyal, and we created more than 4,000 jobs in direct manner. Engineer, this is a new established program, despite being a short-lived program, but it's growing rapidly. So what is the mechanism to communicate with the program or reaching out the program? How can the startups open a communication line with you? First of all, we have our website, NTDP. We have the portfolio of such products and the summary for each product, and we customer service, and we have our account at X platform, and the customer service for any entrepreneur or founder. So we answer any inquiries and a brief description for our products, and we have a booth in this summit as a part of the exhibition that we shared and participated in. By the end of this year, we will have the integrated portal enhanced by generative AI. The beneficiaries will have their dashboard to showcase the product that can you leverage from, and what are other in pipeline products. It would be interactive platform. So this is addressing local and international companies. We have 2 programs of attraction. Relocate program, which attracts PropTech multinational companies. We attracted more than 90 companies, and we have attraction program for accelerators or accelerators. We have attracted 7 international accelerators. The exciting that our conditions to have investment fund or joint venture, and we have a partnership with the CIRA. This morning we have announcements on the and accelerator. I think this is in parallel with your activities. Last year, our main focus, we focused on the sector diagnostic. Starting this year, 2024, we focused on with the high potential opportunities such as generative AI and biotech, and one of the key vital sector which will have a huge potential in growth, which is PropTech, and the volume of the real estate market is more than $50 billion US dollar, and it's expected to grow to reach 212 and 213 billion US dollar as the volume of this market. If we look into the PropTech in Saudi Arabia, the volume compared to the real estate market constitutes less than 0.1, less than 0.5, and we see a significant growth. So we need to see more PropTech companies. We are talking about the PropTech market globally is 300 billion US dollar, and it's expected to grow 120 billion US dollar. So we have a huge potential ahead, a huge promising future ahead. So we need to focus on PropTech and enable entrepreneurs in this sector, and we need to invite investment and venture capital to invest, and we start to see new global players because it's a very promising market. So we need in cooperation with the system to enable entrepreneurs and the founder to start a new business and across the value chain, property management, or even the construction tech, or even smart buildings, or the fintech / prop tech such as Ejaria and Nozzle Wide. So we need a lot of players across the value chain. So interesting and exciting. So I move to the next panelist, Engineer Ziad Shamari, Chief Strategy and the Partnership Officer, Real Estate General Authority. As organizers of this summit, the General Authority, how can you see and perceive the role of technology in the real estate market in Saudi Arabia? I would like to thank my colleagues, and I'm so privileged to be with you today. As we highlighted at the beginning of this summit, the meeting of PropTech and real estate is the ultimate goal. And we have seen a mature products which drive and advance the real estate market. Having technology has become a necessity and a foundation. It's not an optional one, and which can help develop other sectors such as vital sectors such as healthcare and the commerce. So the real estate is not less than important. So real estate development has become a necessity. The significant lies in a number of areas. We can see today the customer service and informed decision making driven by data. Right now we have a treasure of data. Real estate tech or PropTech should leverage such data to create and to take informed decision and creating excellent experience for the customer. Having transparency as well is a key point in real development. In our strategy, our ultimate goal to be a transparent and innovative sector. Transparency. So we need to be a key pillar in PropTech. So we have a huge space for innovation and open innovation, and as highlighted, we have multiple models of PropTech in virtual reality, in blockchain technology, and a number of models that we can see today emerging in the market, contributing to creating excellent experience in real estate, including a number of models that we can see at this summit. The integrated system in organizing the real estate, starting from the leadership, His Excellency the Manager and the CEO of General Authority. What is the key mandate and role to enable the PropTech in Saudi Arabia? The key rule is to enable and support as I said, in our strategy focused on innovation. Innovation is the key foundation for any industry, and we take it as a part of the comprehensive strategy. The PropTech edition, it was informative one, but out of our responsibility. And today we can see a gap in the market. We have what as announced today, the SBH has been announced, and this center is the key pillar for promising launch in close cooperation and success. And today we have partners as such NTDB in the accelerator and a number of partners. This kind of initiative has a number of parts, which is information and matchmaking, as we can see in the summit, which will be held annually to bring together the brilliant minds and the subject matter in this technology, and the PropTech Council, which will be held every two months as a team. We are so close to entrepreneurs, to the market, and so close to the key players in the PropTech. And this is you can see the signs, good signs, and you can and it will continue each 2 months. Future ahead. The second portion or part that we have worked on with the partners, and we have seen the successful experience in Saudi FinTech, the central bank, and the capital market. Today we repeat this experience in PropTech in Sandbox in terms of accepting the requests for the sandbox, and we can see there is a big need to create more space in brokerage, selling on map, and real estate register. So we have more space. So we keep saying that innovation is the core. This is the sandbox will be fully isolated. We try to promote this kind of models and innovation to modify the regulations to ensure that having startups which can promote the real estate market. We're still saying that we have innovative companies add and generate more value for the market, and to have good governance for the market, and having as well innovative models. This is a key activity of our strategy, and the last part, which is real estate accelerator in cooperation with the NTDB, and this is the first program with the NTDB. And God willing, we will have more and more work and more to do in the future. Thank you, Engineer Shamari. Thank you for your insightful information. We have diverse in this kind of backgrounds between the private and the public sectors. The next speaker, Mr. Faisal Zayat, the head of digital and innovation at Adara. Good afternoon to you all. As a company specialized, how can you see the emerging trends in the PropTech and real estate market and its impact on similar sectors? We have a number of solutions and the products for a unique experience, and having a property at the end of based on the international standards. First of all, the infrastructure should be ready for the future, Internet of Things, and adopting smart buildings, artificial intelligence, and the optimal use of artificial intelligence in automation of decisions and designs, and the control of construction, and inform decision making, and building green design, and working on the cities adopting SDGs, and having resources from the proximity, and robotics, drones, automated drones, to deliver data based on the action plan without any human intervention, and and business intelligence analytics, and we can use data for informed decisions to make routine procedures. This is the key trends in PropTech. If we move to the second question, based on what you have mentioned, how can such technology change the perception of the clients? Taking into consideration to relate sectors and customers, well, we have set interactive and engaging solutions such as virtual reality and augmented reality, creating a digital portal, and a full digital cycle. So, what is your piece of advice to traditional companies in real estate to integrate a new PropTech in their services and the products? Given our strategy, we have a corporate strategy, not at the building and construction division, to have this kind of digital experience for the company. We started as such before designing the products, and we have applied integrated approach how to adapt to the change in the milestone of the project, and we explore the ways to improve the efficiency of such sectors and to reduce logistic time to transfer and transport materials and resources. I move to the fourth panelist, Mr. Saud Al-Sulaimani. Mr. Saud Al-Sulaimani is the country head GLL Saudi Arabia as a specialist, as a country operating in 80 countries around the world. How can you see the reality of the PropTech? Interesting. Thank you. And I'm so privileged to be part of this summit. PropTech, if we start from the history, at the PropTech, like other sectors, was luxury. When we started it was a luxury because the sustainability standards didn't have this kind of significance that we have. The customer experience, or it was much simpler. But we have a lot of changes over the last 15 years, as we have seen the multiple uses of property, and the high demand on the customer experience or user experience has become a vital role. And we have sustainability standards which require a lot of sensors, a lot of data information to know that we have to measure any development in sustainability. And we have the smart building solutions and smart home, one of the simplest things to operate AC or a smart entrance. This is a part of this was
it has been now a need. This means, in a simple term, over the recent 4 or 5 years, we face different challenges impacting the people's interest in terms of the PropTech. First, the high cost of maintenance and operations. COVID-19 pandemic has also come into across the world. Now that is the operational cost, energy cost, tax cost in certain countries have also increased, and also the cost of staffing, because they are very scarce. This also, of course, increased the demand on PropTech. Now PropTech has been such a great solution, and the growth of cities across the Kingdom of Saudi. Now cities focus more on the PropTech, and they need, of course, infrastructure, Internet of Things and different things. That is why it has become part of the assessment indicators. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also has also introduced the digital services, electronic services. Very few countries, of course, most of the advanced and developed countries, you get into a long and protracted processes in terms of the property procedures and other. This is, of course, a good role that PropTech plays in the kingdom and across the world. Truly said. Now, you can't buy a piece of property without seeing, of course, the owner. This is something that was never imagined. Now it is all done. Well, you refer to the previous challenges or trends, but what about the future trends in terms of the PropTech, particularly in the real estate Saudi market? Speaking of 2024, we can summarize the trends into 5 points across the world countries. First, the intelligence sustainability. We've heard today intelligent and smart cities and sustainable cities. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be hosting the World Cup, which is the biggest, even in, also will host in December the Sustainable Forum. Also the cost provision. This is all part and parcel of the costing, and this is the first pillar, of course, of the future trends in 2024, even the upcoming years. The second one is the customer experience. The customer experience has been very much developed, not like before. Whether it comes to purchasing houses or rental services, or even offers, or even payment methods and modalities, and also rentals, different things that have also impacted. This is all go through the customer experience, and this is very important for PropTech because requirements are different, have become more complicated, more complex, like different uses, different applications, different regions, different areas. 10 years back, it was almost impossible to think of buying a piece of real estate somewhere else without seeing it. Now you can buy and purchase on map, just on map. Why? Because the good experience is there, and you have the 3D mapping and real-time mapping. This will play a great role, and it will be further developed. Why? Well, because there is continued development, and the requirements are changing over the course of time. This is the second trend. Virtual reality and augmented reality as well will play both such a great role in PropTech and enhancing also the customer experience. As for in construction, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has the biggest construction projects in progress, and His Excellency Engineer talked about this. $1.4 trillion. They are all under construction, which require a lot of PropTech solutions so that we ensure they are going through the right pathway, providing all the requirements, all the services, ensuring that he or she or they are going on plan, particularly when it comes to the mega construction projects across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. PropTech also plays a great role in Saudi Arabia and across the world. One thing which, of course, they talked about, data management. Data are becoming bigger and bigger and further developed, and the PropTech is not just like to analyze data or collect data, because we can imagine the future, we can anticipate the future, particularly when it comes to the recently collected data or any. So beyond the shadow of doubt, this will play such a great role for the key players. Recently, you see that how we can expect the future, anticipate the future based on all the data collected, analyzed as well. Well, truly said, really. Your experience, Mr. Saud, in innovation and in PropTech investment, Speaking of data and future anticipation, well, we have such great steps that have come into play in 2009. Jalal, of course, has made great acquisition of a business in the United States of America, in a PropTech, $100 billion, and it invested across different businesses and companies. These steps have not come into play unless there is a clear-cut trend of the company and of the sector. And these were two steps that have been taken into reality. We see that the Kingdom Survey is coming into the market. We were in the market as of many other international big companies. We have a vision that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia market will be such a great, promising one, given the different job opportunities, the youth population. What has been clear over the recent 2 years when we started the Spark and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has come into play, and how PropTech also plays such a great role, we had two visions: investing from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia abroad, and the other part to make a studio to enhance the sector. And we have seen the demand coming up from the investor more than expected. Why? Because they believe in the real estate market in Saudi Arabia for different reasons. Some developed countries in PropTech, but the growth and development of the real estate market is so huge. The second point is we have robust and robust in this, of course, high population, youth population, great construction projects. We are the #1 country when it comes to sustainable projects, the smart cities. We have also a big portion of the population at the youth level, which is very good, of course, which is very promising. So technology, youth technology, as you know, is a new sector, is a promising one. So that's why it gives you a good incubator. That's why we wanted to make this kind of studio in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have more than one discussion with more than one entity. Of course, we will announce it just soon, and we will be able to build the capacities and capabilities in terms of PropTech here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for investors. Well, truly said, as a company existing in 80 countries, what is the position of the company in Saudi Arabia? Well, we are among the biggest companies in Saudi Arabia. We have 580 employees covering all the divisions or departments. The 80 countries, the 8 countries are the biggest countries that we always are ambitious for to expand and increase. In Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is among the biggest 10 countries when it comes to investment opportunities and business. Of course, we will announce great news. The regional headquarters will be announced this week in King Abdullah Financial Headquarters. We have more than one initiative working across different entities and companies. Great, truly said. Mr. Saud, before that, we will have a final word. Mr. Faisal, if you have any. Hello. Hello. Yalla. So the postmodern solutions, which is the software programs to be designed for the real estate and property companies, or working later, of course, to integrate with other companies as well. Great. Well, thank you so much and welcome to this summit. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been always very much keen and interested in making this as a focal point. We'd like to face and address all the challenges in the real estate and property. Of course, in the property market to build the business, and or to main product or the key products are also innovation is very important. We need to increase more and more with the infrastructure, with the real estate or property estate. We need like more models to help us in the real estate market, and the future will be, of course, more promising. The development we see across different sectors and subsectors is really promising. Thank you so much, Engineer Ziad. Engineer Ibrahim, please. The final key, the final word is for the founders or entrepreneurs. I mean, the technological startups. I'm telling you that it is now time for you to develop a startup in technology. If you fail, it is zero. But if you succeed, it will be successful. So we'll grant you 150,000 at least reals, and maximum will give you 500,000 Saudi riyals. We have also some other programs for accelerators. So we support entrepreneurs from A to Z. We have different models that have come into play, but we cannot talk about this, of course, such as Ijari and other. Now they have completed a round which is about 55 million Saudi riyals. We have different companies. Dar, we have different ones, different. So the risk is zero if you fail, sorry. So PropTech is really promising, increasingly promising. That is why we have to be there. And now we have made it like up to 70%. The PropTech pathway is so promising. The numbers I've just referred to are so huge. It is 218 billion Saudi riyals, and it will be increasingly growing, really. We are really inviting and attracting the entrepreneurs to benefit from this. You are all invited to visit us at the Real Estate Authority to see the different opportunities. I'm not talking about investment in real estate. I'm talking about investment in PropTech. And we have different companies that have also come into agreement with us to. Also, Ajlan has got into a floor company. We see the volume so huge, so big. I'm talking about Fintech, Tabu and Tamara, established in 2021. Of course, in 4 years, they now have come to be about 1 billion Saudi riyals. So they are such a great unicorn. So you start and you look into the real estate or the prop technology sector. Thank you so much. It's really promising. It is unlimited support from our wise leadership, particularly when it comes to the prop technology. Mr. Saud Sulaimani, I believe today we have such a huge opportunity for the PropTech. It has such a great impact. Most of the world countries, it is really successful based on the regulations, because it is more complicated than other sectors because of the different interventions of the public and the private sectors and other stakeholders. If opportunities have come to fruition across the sector, it will be such a great platform to link the stakeholders, public entities and private entities. This will be all good for the promising PropTech and real estate sector over the upcoming years. So the key message is how to link each and every effort across the sector with the general authority for real estate. This is the key, or this is key to success. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your keynote speeches, for your messages, insights. Dear audience, thank you ever so much for your engagement and participation. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you as well for moderating the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have short break for 20 minutes only. Then we'll resume the other sessions and presentations. Please stay tuned.
السادة والسيدات، ندعوكم إلى القاعة الرئيسية حيث سنستكمل الجلسات بعد دقيقتين من الآن. ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد دقيقتين من الآن بمشيئة الله. السادة والسيدات، نرحب بكم من جديد في القمة العالمية للبروبتك. إلى الجلسة التالية.
The next session is about leading digital transformation in real estate making. As a keynote speaker, Engineer Rayan Al-Aql, head of the solutions in the National Housing Company. السيدات والسادة حياكم الله.
Session about leading the digital transformation in the real estate. The speaker Rayan Al-Aql, Chief of Solutions Sector, the National Housing Company. This session moderated by Walter Trofino.
Okido. Well, nice to be here. Nice to be in Riyadh as well. Thank you for having me. I'm all the way from Amsterdam, just flew in last night. It's great to be back. I was last year also in Riyadh for the first time, and I think what you guys are doing here is just impressive.
Thank you so much.
to say. We're going to have a chat about vision, strategy of digital transformation. We're going to talk about technological innovations. We're going to talk about challenges and digital transformation. We're going to talk about sustainability. We're going to talk about the impact of work and the market. And of course, we're also going to talk about the future outlook. But let's start, Rayan, with the vision and strategy. How is digital technology influencing traditional real estate management and development in Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you so much and welcome on board. I think this is started in early stages with the announcement of Vision 2030, with the housing program, the way that they treated the technology as disruptive and game changer rather than having the technology as a support function. From that time, NHC take the lead of treating technology related to the real estate as a main subject to take forward. Starting with the enablement of the regulation that started at that time, and some of the regulations being created and some of the regulations being enhanced, along with the main mission of the housing program, which is the ownership. So a couple of platforms being released at that time start to be built, and we are seeing them today with the age of average 5 years, raising up the maturity of those platforms, maturity of the industry, and maturity of people and regulation. Today we are seeing them today integrated with each other, providing the service and support the decision for all the stakeholders in the real estate.
Nice. So what are the main priorities of the National Housing Company regarding to digital transformation?
Well, National Housing Company has an edge where it's not only a technology company, it's not a real estate company, it's both, where they have the assets and access to the real estates and have the knowledge and investment and know-how in the technology. In the solution sector, we help in expediting and automating these steps. With those platforms, we are almost dealing with every aspects that is related to the real estates. More than 70% of the transactions related to the housing has something to do with those platforms operated by NHC.
Okay, cool. So you talked already a little bit about the Vision 2030, but how has the Vision 2030 impacted digital innovations in the real estate sector?
Well, the key information that is needed by the real estate stakeholders, either lender, buyer, investor, or even tenant, looking for in-spot accurate information, which digital could play big role in that, where maturity of the information, validation with the government agencies that has accurate information and integration, best offering related to the need from the applicant, and also decision for lending if needed. All of these aspects could be digitized and put it on a shape where the decision maker could execute the transaction faster.
What do you, maybe I ask one more question that we didn't do before we start this interview. But what I like to know from you, when I look to Saudi Arabia, I see a massive vision, I see leadership, and when I look back where I'm from Europe, I miss sometimes a little bit of vision and leadership. How do you see that?
Well, it might be that we treated this as from top to down, where the mission being, the vision being structured well, and every pieces of this vision has a clear KPIs and moving forward in execution.
Yeah, so that helps a lot.
Indeed, and the speciality that NHC is working on, which is mainly the PropTech, where treat the technology as a main business line for it, and investing a lot in technology and having those 8 platforms, and early next year it will be around 10 platforms.
Yeah, nice. So now we're going to talk about technological innovations. What technological trends do you see currently having the biggest impact on real estate?
Investment in data, with such a huge amount of data that's been passed through our operated platforms. the aggregation layer between those platforms, helping us in really putting the investment properly in the AI and tools that is needed to simulate and gather all this information. The other thing is the investment that is happening in newly technology with the digital twin, along with all different sectors. It's either new building, it's an occupied building, it's a traffic management, and also...
So that's the digital twin?
Indeed, yes, digital twin. So it helps even urban designing, sales for real estates, and also traffic management. So everything related to the city could be executed by digital twin. It's a new technology, and having these platforms and the platforms that in NHC's portfolio will make us more brave in investing in such technology and taking it forward.
Nice. So how does technology, digital technology help enhance the customer experience to home buyers or renters?
Well, customer experience is something that is in our blood. We have dedicated a lab for customer experience. We are treating customer experience as an ongoing activity, trying to manage the omni-channel between the physical and the digital in the customer experience. Dealing with real estates requiring either physical presence or information. Both type of information needs to be accommodated and gathered together and in a simple platform that is easy to access for all the stakeholders.
So let's talk a little bit now about challenges that we have when we talk about digital transformation. What do you consider the biggest challenge in implementing digital transformation within the real estate industry?
Well, might be we have maybe the oldest transactions in the world, which is the real estate sell and buy, and we have new technology. So having the implementation of the new technology with the transactions that's been occurred long time ago is a challenge. Securing the data, respecting the privacy is another challenge of implementing technology.
Yeah.
This is happening, and the acceleration of the new technology, the new requirements, the detail of those prerequisites in order to have a full finished product is one of the challenges where we are trying to avoid this with also interruption and changing the way that we are dealing with the existing problems.
Nice. Okay, well then, of course, a big topic everywhere in the world, I believe, is sustainability. How does digital transformation contribute to make the real estate sector more sustainable in Saudi Arabia?
At NHC, we treat the sustainability in two different angles. One is the sustainability of the real estate itself, where we have introduced Mustadam, which check the from the early stages with the design and implementation to secure the green buildings and sustainability for that building. Again, it's part of the providing the proper information for the decision making. The other part is the financial sustainability, where we are trying to make those platforms liquid enough to be sustainable and provide the proper service without degrading for any financial decreases.
Cool. And then the impact on work and the market. Do you see a shift in required skills for professionals in real estate sector due to digitalization?
Well, maybe the tech savvy needs to be part of real estate sales. Knowing how to read the outcomes from the AI's data analytics is needed also, in addition to the sales skills that every single job is in need for.
Okay, and how does technology contribute to make affordable housing maybe also accessible in Saudi Arabia?
Two part. The first one is the supply part. We're providing the proper option in terms of sizes and prices. What we are doing in Sakani is providing as much as we can in terms of variety on the supply side, where applicant could go to the most suits and best suits based on the capacity that they could do. And the other side, where we have the demand side, where on the financing side, where we could also provide best option in terms of lending or even for charities to be able to contribute to the affordable housing.
Okay, and let's go and have a short chat about the future outlook. What do you see as the future of digitalization in the real estate industry for Saudi Arabia?
I think working as a driver, working as to provide omni-channel for the sector, being able to have accessibility to all the technology investors in order to either integrate, provide more services, helping in generating even new product related to the real estate attached with the technology as the key way forward. Having also a new investment coming from outside, reflecting other experience, is a key input from NHC's side. Relying also on the R&D, investing more into new technology and opening eyes for investors and startups to continue working on the real estate sector.
And what would your advice be for an early stage startup? What do they need to do?
I think with the even sandbox that's been announced today by REGA, it's a good place to start with. Majority of the regulation is in place related to the real estate. It needs enhancement. It needs a startup coming from different angle to invest more and start helping the industry and raising up the maturity as a key. I mean, every single aspect of the real estate, either finding, listing, financing, property management, do have a great opportunity, and we today having enough type of an amount of data that could be leveraged and creating a new product based on it.
How are things developing within the new technology waves of AI or blockchain? How do you see that?
Well, today we have started early with AI. We have started with the supply-demand matching as first stage, and then with the presence with the also Baladi will be having the good view on the maintenance, and which will help a lot the real estate sector and aging and sustainability, and also consuming the power and utility services. All these sectors could have enough trial and investment from the startups too.
Nice. And what about blockchain? It's relatively new. Is it already regulated here?
It's not yet regulated. Blockchain is in real estate is really a very good example of having blockchain where we secure specific deeds, for example, or it could have started as a smaller scale, and then getting wider to be across the whole country, but it's not yet regulated.
Cool. Well, last question that I have for you. What role does collaboration with other stakeholders, such as technology companies and startups, play in shaping digital transformation for the National Housing Company?
With the announcement of the sandbox, it's a really great opportunity for all the startups to start investing in the PropTech. It does have a good type of information. It's a lovely subject for all the community of Saudi for employment. It's mature industry, and the amount of investment in the real estate related to PropTech is not yet reached to a level where there will be still a green field and area to continue working on.
So there's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. I advise you to come in.
Me to come?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see. I need to convince my wife and my 2 kids to come as well. But it was great talking to you about the future of real estate. Thank you very much. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
شكرا المهندس ريان العقل على هذه.
Engineer Ryan, thank you so much for this session. وشكرا جزيلا السيد ووتر تروفينو على إدارة هذه الجلسة. السيد ويم فان.
اوكي السادة والسيدات العرض إلى عرض بعنوان
We have a presentation about how analytics can help solve the real estate affordability challenges. السيدة والسادة حياكم الله. رحبوا معنا بالسيد فيم فان آش.
Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a little tricky on a tech conference that the technology works. So big shout out to the team in the back for making it all work and for setting this up. If you take all properties on your usual property portal in any real estate market, you typically would have for any substantial market around 100,000 plus properties at any given point in time that are available for sale. Imagine those 100,000 properties or more, you could automatically value every single one of them in real time. And you would compare them with the listing price, and you would sort them from most undervalued on the left to most overvalued on the right. Now, imagine your average real estate investment return, and think about the return of the properties on the far left. If you would have that information, you would immediately pick up your phone and call the listing agent, because that's a great investment. But if you don't have that information, you may as well be unlucky and you pick up a property that is on the far right. To figure that out, that is exactly what I set out in 2017, and to try to answer that question for my own personal investments. My name is Wim van As. I'm the co-founder of 2 companies. Exprovise Technology, it's a real estate startup registered in the IFC in Dubai, where we analyze the real estate market of Dubai in great detail. And Elgovisory Real Estate, which is a boutique brokerage company where we focus on real estate investment advice to retail and institutional investors. We analyze the entire market, residential, commercial, the low end, the high end. But for today's presentation, I want to focus and zoom in a bit on the affordable residential real estate segment, because I think That segment is the most important. It's also the largest segment in the market. Before we begin, quick disclaimer. None of what I'm about to say constitutes investment advice. You should all make up your own mind when you do your diligence on an investment. But if you want to take a pen and paper and make a few notes, I'm not holding you back. I'm a numbers guy. I'm an engineer from background, so I try to understand the world through statistics. Here's how I look at real estate. Fortunes have been made and fortunes have been lost in real estate investing. It pays off to know what you're doing. Unfortunately, real estate as an asset class in the world of investment is probably the largest investment asset class. It's also the least transparent. Real estate is very local. There's a micro dynamic that plays out at a very local level, and there is a lot of information bias. If you're lucky, you know something, you can take advantage in your investment. If you're unlucky and you didn't know, your investment may turn out to be quite affected. In particular, in the world of affordable real estate, as I will go through the presentation, you'll see that the target audience, your families, your first-time home buyers, they are in particular at risk for the risks involved in this segment. Before I continue, I want to share one small anecdote. In Belgium, there's a compatriot of mine. He just published a book last year, How to Get Rich with Real Estate Investment. Before you rush out to buy this book, I have to disappoint you a little bit. It's only available in Dutch, and it's very specific to the Belgian real estate market, which is high taxes, very high labor cost, energy cost, and the paper burden, if you want to do real estate development, if you want to invest, it's an enormous hassle. Nevertheless, this guy made it work, and he published a book on how to do it in that very tough market. But here's the real kicker. He's blind. The fact that he's blind actually gives him an edge. He's not biased by looks, marketing pitches, nice renderings. He really just looks at numbers. And that's exactly what we do. We just do it a little bit more extensively and rigorously. But I thought it was a nice anecdote to share. History is a great teacher if you know where to look, but we often forget about big stories that happened even if they were just a couple of years ago. So I just quickly want to present 3 stories of numbers going wrong at scale. The first one you may be familiar with. The biggest real estate portal in the US, Zillow. Many years ago, they set out with this new idea. They said, look, we're going to offer sellers of properties a cash offer within 24 hours, and if the information they provide to us is accurate, the offer is binding. The idea was they would offer the seller a very quick transaction, and because of the data they were sitting on and the algorithms they were running, they say, look, we can at least make 8 to 10% margin on putting it then up immediately after, back for sale, and we give a bit more time. They thought this was going to be very profitable. They made a big case about it. Stock went up because everybody thought like they tapped into this new potential. A couple of years later, turns out they got the algorithms a little wrong. They made substantial losses and write-offs, and even today, I haven't looked up the stock recently, but I don't think it has crossed $60. It really went down, and they didn't recover from that. Another example you may be more familiar with is the Chinese real estate market. Now, the China market still today is in a perfect storm. Now, this article is already a couple of years old, but I didn't want to update it because I want to show just how persistent some of the risks can be if you get it wrong. And when they got it wrong, 1 was over leverage and 2, oversupply. The challenge with over-leveraging, you can solve. Yes, it's going to hurt a little bit. Some people will have to take a write-off. Some of the negotiations are going to be tough. But it's a solvable problem. The challenge with oversupply is a far more difficult problem to tackle. Because even the next owner, whether that's the government taking over or another investor that comes in and takes the asset on a distress, your prices are defined by supply-demand balance. And if there's no demand, your prices will continue to spiral down until the balance settles in. So you may as well be trying to catch the dropping knife in that situation. And still today, they are not out of the woods yet, and it's a very difficult problem to solve. A little closer to home is the UAE property market. Today, people have forgotten, but a couple of years ago, this is also an article from 2021, came out talking about the oversupply of the UAE property market. Memory very often is very short term, but that was a real concern. And many developers in 2021 also had a real concern about the stocks they had left on their balance sheet. In fact, if you saw it coming, there were quite a few very good investments to be done at the time. Developers were selling at discounted prices, and in particular, they were offering very attractive payment plans to get rid of the stock. Now, truth be told, the problem wasn't solved by the real estate sector. The problem was solved by the government with their economic stimulus packages, attracting a substantial additional demand that wasn't there in the market before. So today, all that supply was absorbed in the market because demand really ramped up. But if that wouldn't have happened, we would be talking in a very different situation about real estate in Dubai today. And the UAE, as a country, is relatively small, so attracting extra population can balance things out, obviously, a bit more easily. But if you have to do that at the scale of China, you can quickly understand that the problem is substantially different. I came first to the Middle East in 2010. I was a salaried employee in petrochemical industry, living here. Actually, I first came to Riyadh in 2010. I lived in Riyadh for 2 years with my wife and my youngest son. And we built up some savings, and in 2014, we had enough savings to make our first down payment of a house. I wasn't running any analytics at the time, but we were happy to call a house our home. And instead of giving money away to the rent, to spend it on building up our own family equity. Turned out I bought at the peak of the market. After that, for 5 years in a row, step by step, the value of the property went down. Meanwhile, we kept paying the mortgage. Interest rates also increased. After the first 3 years, you get from your fixed rate to your variable rate. So it wasn't exactly a very nice situation to find that out by accident. In 2017, we had a little bit more savings on the side, and then I wanted to make a real estate investment, a real investment, and I wanted to avoid the same mistake as I was doing back in 2014. Now, I started my journey like everybody else. You go to the property portal of the local market, you look at different properties, you look at properties for sale, properties for rent, and you take your Excel file, making little business cases, and if the property passes your criteria, you pick up the phone, you call the agent. I end up looking at more than 100 properties in the next 6 months. I didn't buy any of them. Every phone call I made, every viewing I did, turns out the numbers weren't exactly as they seemed on the listing. The property was completely fake, or it just happened to have just been sold, but they had this other thing that was always slightly more expensive and slightly less good as the thing that you picked the phone up for. So I thought there had to be a better way. And I reached out to the data providers in the market, B2B data providers, the pre-version, if you want, of PropTech companies, to see, okay, what do they have? And very quickly I realized that the data is too aggregated, too high level for an individual business case. It doesn't make sense to know what the price of an average apartment is doing across the whole market if you're looking at a specific 2-bed apartment on a low floor with a view of the park in a particular part of town in a particular new project. So I said, fine, I can do a little programming myself. I'm an engineer from background. I'll do it myself. That was the last option. And I set out to develop a set of algorithms to address some of the problems that you could spot on the slides if you look carefully. These are all public information, and I took a variety of sources. I think one of the best examples of how to get it wrong is on the top right. That's Zillow. It's a property, I think it was a top price property at the time when I made the slide in Manhattan, in New York, listed for 79 million. And their estimate, I'm not sure if you can read it, but it was around 11 million. You could see how the disaster of the e-buying activity started to build up. That's really an example of being clueless. And your brokers, very often, they are locally anchored in the market. They actually know. In this case, I don't think the listing price was wrong. But the algorithm got it wrong by a factor of 8. Imagine that's what you use to base your decisions on. Now, truth of the matter is that, and many of you will realize this, this is the type of data that companies in the real estate market are using to base their decisions on. And I thought there had to be a better way, especially if I am putting everything I had built up over my 15-year career in employment on the line for a real estate investment. Fast forward a few years, I was able to quit my corporate life. I became a full-time real estate investor, and I live off my real estate investments. And I've decided, end of 2021, to commercialize that and create the 2 companies that you saw a little ago. Here's a couple of the learnings that I want to share in general about real estate and real estate investing. And then afterwards, I'll dig into the affordable real estate segment. At the risk of kicking in a few open doors, first and foremost, prices are defined by demand. That's easy. Look for population growth. And the way we do that is we do it in a layered manner. We look at demand at the city level. We look at demand at area level, at sub-area level, and we even go to street, block, or individual project. If you made a bad investment decision, but population is growing, time is your friend. That also holds on the other part of the equation. If population goes down in a certain location, demand goes down, time is not your friend. Next up, the next obvious one, supply. Look for scarcity of land. Again, easier said than done, especially in this region, because there's still plenty of land available. But you can find pockets of areas where supply starts to be very constrained. And ideally, you look for city centers where there's no land available anymore. And then if you want to do one notch better, you go for places where there is high rise. Because low rise, you can always tear down and you build high rise on top of it. But high rise, to tear it down and to build super high rise on top of it becomes economically unviable. Next up, this is also very important for any buyer in the segment. Great quality plus poor marketing gives you far better results than average quality with great marketing. Most developers are excellent in marketing. This is their bread and butter. Don't be fooled. Don't be scared either. Do your diligence, but look through the marketing part of the equation. And spotting quality, if you're not a construction engineer, is very difficult. If you're not sure, hire an inspection engineer to help you out and make sure you buy good quality. Next up, and I can say this because I'm a certified broker and I own a broker company, high commissions, bad returns. Keep in mind also when you do off-plan purchase direct from developer, Very often there's a broker involved and they will tell you, no, this is zero commission. That's truth and lie together. Yes, the buyer doesn't pay. I see you laughing, so you understand what I'm talking about. The buyer doesn't pay commission, but the developer offers a kickback to the broker. You just don't see it as a buyer. And if you have a little peek under the surface and you look at the different projects with any given developer, you will see that the kickbacks are the highest on the projects that are most difficult to sell. That is obvious, but as an investor, you need to find that information because the broker is definitely not going to tell you. This is also very important, especially in the current state of the market. Prices and payment plans on off-plan launch reflect the current sentiment of the market. They do not reflect intrinsic value of the property. Today, it is unfortunately very difficult to spot good off-plan launch projects because the state of the market, the sentiment is very high. Meaning the payment plans and the price points you receive today from developers are very often not even comparable to the quality of deals you can do in the resale market. That doesn't mean every project is bad. Most of the projects are good. It just means there is a significant difference in investment quality between the two at the moment. Next up, this is the part I am not going to share because we keep it privileged for our investors, but I'll explain a little bit. In the data, we spotted a micro dynamic that is very persistent throughout different market sentiments, different projects, different locations. It's mostly to do with the timing of a purchase. And lastly, and that comes at the very end of the chain, if you have a choice between multiple units and you can choose between a better unit at a reasonable price or a slightly lesser unit but at a great price, pick up the superior unit and pay a little more. This is very equivalent to, back in the day, a statement that Warren Buffett once made about investing. And he said he learned it from the former Charlie Munger. Charlie Munger taught him to buy great companies at a reasonable price over average companies at a discounted price. And the same is absolutely true in real estate. The first two you can summarize as focus on city centers. Then you select the developer or the project master project. Then you select the individual project. You look at pricing, you look at timing, and you look at the specific units. Now there's an overriding learning in this, is that there's an order of logic in the criteria. If we go from the bottom back up, you may have the best unit and you may have picked the greatest time of purchase at a very good price with a reputed developer in a great project. If the population on the location where you're buying is going down, or there happens to be a new project at a big capacity that is launched just next door to you, time is not your friend. And all the other things, over time, they don't matter that much anymore. What have we learned about affordable real estate? Two parts. First, we look at the real estate itself. Affordable real estate is the bottom of the market. And you can take that quite literally because that's why it's affordable. Now, if you look at the dynamics and the trends over time, if the market goes up on average, the affordable segment also goes up, just a little bit less. If the market goes down, the affordable segment is the segment that goes down more. And that is because when you look at different segments in real estate, there is an inflow and an outflow across different segments, except for the segment at the bottom. If the market goes down, people who can afford, either tenants or buyers, the same budget, they tend to trade up. They go to a better location, or they move to bigger real estate. And so that segment is the first hit by occupancy rates. And that eventually then translates to prices. It's also the segment with the poorest quality. That doesn't mean everything is bad quality, but it does mean that developers, in order to preserve margins, have to economize somewhere. And that results down the line in higher maintenance and repair costs, which are often for the tenant or the ultimate homeowner, but you don't necessarily get to see that at the start of the project. It's a segment where there is a trade-off on the commutes. Lower real estate costs, because it's a little further out. If you want to develop affordable real estate, you start with lower price land, which tends to be to the outskirts of the city. It also means your time to commute to schools, to shops, goes up. That's a cost that you also need to factor in. It's a larger segment. If you look at population, people own usually, or they rent one house. The segment where people own multiple homes is actually quite small compared to the affordable real estate segment. If mismanaged, as I showed on one of the earlier slides, problems can last for decades. And in particular, the risk of oversupply is a very important one. FOMO marketing. Now, FOMO marketing you will see across all segments, but in particular in this segment. If you don't buy now, in the next 2 minutes, we'll offer it to the other one, and you will miss out forever. And this comes in different ways. They also stage the capacity that is being put into the market. So a project is sold out, but actually what is sold out is 10% of the ultimate project, the first phase. As a buyer in the affordable segment, you have plenty of time. Lastly, and this is something as regulators should probably pick up on more closely, very often you don't get commitments on the facilities, the services, the features of the community in your sales and purchase agreement. When you buy off-land real estate, it will tell you, okay, this is the unit you buy, these are the characteristics of what you buy. But when you go to the sales center, they will show you all the nice renderings, all the facilities, how the community is going to look like. They even show you your apartment furnished, even if it's not furnished. What you see is not what you get. Last one in this segment is that because most buyers are mortgage buyers, mortgage valuation reports are bad. If you ask 5 companies to value a property, you get 5 completely different results. And it's almost impossible to challenge them because there is this perception bias, impartiality that the banks want to maintain. The biggest mistake in these reports is they don't capture the trend. You may be very right on the value of a property, but if the trend goes down, your mortgage may be 20 years, you are at risk, the bank is at risk, but after a couple of years, that risk shifts to the lender. If you look at the people, there are quite a few aspects. First off, it's young families. It's people starting their careers, having a bit of savings to make that first down payment. They're the bedrock of your economy. If they get it wrong, it's very bad for the overall economy. If they get it right, it's good for your economy. This is what is currently playing out in China. Middle class, very strongly affected by the fact that a big part of their savings has been wiped out from bad real estate investments on projects at risk that they shouldn't have invested in the first place. Consider the full cost, maintenance, repair, service charges, taxes, and commute time, which very often is not a conscious thought process of this buyer segment. This is an important one. If you open any book of investment, in the first chapters, you will quickly see something that says in the likes of, never put more than 5% of your entire net worth into a single investment. Here, it's the exact opposite of that investment advice. In this segment, your buyers, they're all in. Very often, they're so much all in that they put nearly all their savings to date into the down payment for the mortgage. And then you have the mortgage itself, which puts your earnings potential on the line for the coming years. If you calculate the investment size over the net worth in this segment, we're talking easily 500% or more. In this segment, you put your future at risk. That is why this segment is also very worthy of protection by regulation to avoid mistakes from happening. Credit checks, they only happen on the income. Yes, the bank does a valuation report and asks that before they give you the mortgage. But when it comes to credit checks, they only do it on the individuals. They don't check in the long run what the value of that real estate is going to do. And they are, in general, unsophisticated buyers. Typically, they do more financial diligence in buying groceries than in buying real estate. And I have to say, even the smart ones, they're just a little bit smarter in telling themselves that the decision they made is the right one, but that doesn't make their decision more rational. They just convince themselves that it was the right thing to do. Highly susceptible to marketing tricks. Real estate decisions are some of the biggest decisions people in this segment will make in their lifetime. It's a mental burden. People want to get rid of it quite quickly and get over with it and then move on to the next. In summary, this segment is actually the highest risk segment in the real estate market. And governments, banks, developers, brokers, investors should all take very much care of protecting this segment for the risks involved. Where is the potential in PropTech? And where is the role of PropTech in this challenge? In one sentence, I would say it's to bring clarity on the value, on the trends, and to make transparent the risks. Accurate and fair valuations, avoid overpaying and underselling. Help decision makers to manage supply and demand. Use rental analytics as canary in the coal mine. We use rental analytics as early warning signs on spotting great investments, but you can easily use those same analytics to spot if the market is getting overheated or if something is changing on the demand side that will turn out to become a problem further down the line. Many of the big problems we see on supply and demand, you could have detected them very much in advance. Assess risk dynamically across real estate categories. And in particular, the last one, we need to redefine the meaning of affordable real estate. Affordable should not mean cheap. Affordable means you're not losing money in the long run. First things first, how to get there. And this is really mostly focused on government agencies. Standardized, connected, and reliable master data. Transaction data on the market made available in B2B for PropTech companies to analyze. Relevant and accurate indices on the real estate trends. And proper data regulation. If you work in government, we have developed in-house many algorithms to address specific issues in that area. Please do reach out during the conference, because we'd be very happy to have a conversation with you on this. Next up, all the creative solutions can come, just to highlight a few, but for the sake of time, I'm going to skip that. Big potential. This is my last slide. If I see estimations of where is the PropTech market going to go, I think they're all understated. On the left, you see the US size of the equity market, $50 trillion, that was December 2023. And trading volume is about 3 times the size of the market. If you look at US real estate, $70 trillion in December 2023, and total transaction volume, 1/3. Equities, traded online in real time. You have proper financial reporting, extensive analyst coverage, many sellers and buyers, they don't know each other, high liquidity, fungible, with low transaction cost, it compounds over time, and the ticket sizes tend to be very small. Real estate is exactly the opposite of all these things. Most people start their speech with a question. I will end mine with one. What do you think is the net rental yield you need to achieve on real estate investment if you want to achieve the same results as the S&P 500 with dividends reinvested? If you think you know the answer, come and look me up and we'll have a discussion on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
شكرا.
المهندس فيصل الناصر، الدكتور حسام جميلي، ومستر جيمس بيتر شولز. This session moderated by
الجلسة يديرها السيد رفيق كومار.
All right.
حسنا، سعيد أن أكون معكم.
It's time for a PropTech event. I'm the founder of PropTech Buzz, so this makes me really, really excited. And an honor and privilege to be moderating this panel with some esteemed guests today. Some of them I have known as friends. And on a very important topic, which is how to have more resilience in real estate development with the help of technology. So we have the panelists anyways on the screen, and what I'm going to do is we had some changes in the panel. So what I'm going to do is I'll skip their introductions, and I will straight away join into the meat of the things, which is resilience in real estate development. But before we start into the meatier things, we would like to set some context and understand what our esteemed panelists think resilience in real estate development is. So let's begin with that. So maybe Faisal, do you want to let the audience know what resilience in real estate development means for you?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for all audience. Thank you for you, Rabi, and the consequence panelist. I think this is a very important subject. We all know that's real estate overall. It's embedded in all of our life. So it's in our homes, it's in our where we work, where we go, everywhere. And get to know that usually the real estate is not that something easy or simple. So when you plan to build your home, or you buy even your home, or when you work or whatever, those things usually considered as we always think it's a heavy decisions, it's taking longer time, it's take a lot. So technology overall in our life is making things different. It's making everything simple. So this is happening across all of our life, all the lifestyle we are living, all the sectors overall we are living in. And when this came again within the real estate, this made it also should be resilience. So this to be simplify all the real estate, I would say, steps within their journey. So either in the beginning, either in the middle, or in the end of it, or even how you live within those real estates. So resilience of the PropTech is important to simplify and minimize the impact of the big decisions of the real estate overall in your life, and how big it's impacting our real life. Technology today is implemented in every angle of our life. Even the expectation of people are now become very high from a technology perspective. That's where they are looking for technology to simplify their life, and the real estate is one of the main factors on our life, across all our life, from we wake up until we sleep again.
Good. Matt, what is resilience for you?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you thank you to the organizers for inviting me here, and also thank you to the fellow speakers on this panel. I think I would agree with what you're saying in that resilience is going with the direction that real estate is going in, which is to make lives more comfortable. And I think that's one of two shifts that we're seeing, which is really a structural shift. What's happening to residential, what's happening to communities, what's happening to mixed use. These are sort of structural shifts in the way that people are living their lives. I think that's really the one thing that is very clear in its direction. I think the second shift is a cyclical shift. The global economy, of course, interest rates are high at the moment. These are, a typical cycle that real estate goes through. I think the most resilient portfolios are the ones that can adapt and remain robust with respect to both of those shifts. So I think that's what being resilient really is.
Thank you. Peter, do you want to add something to that?
Thank you to the organizer, and especially for the sponsors. And I think it's one of the best conferences ever I have seen. I mean, I've never been in London, right? But I'm now in 10 years in PropTech, and I really like this conference. You are serious about this, and I like it really much. So the venue is great, food is great, hotel is great, everything. So thank you for that. About resilience, right? Well, all of us know that our real estate have a cycle. That means something changed. We had COVID 2 years ago, so everybody invested in hotels was not that happy. I think 2 years later, everybody is happy because the prices went up, prices of the rates, the rooms. There's also the internet is coming and reflecting very on the shopping, how we shop. Pandemic also changed how we work. We work at home more than before. The revelation or the internet is more coming up. You don't need to travel anymore that much. So I don't want to speak alone here on the conference. This is why I want to give you up, but we are a little bit longer in the panel, right?
Sure, yeah. So primarily when we talk about resilience in real estate development, it's mostly they talk about climate resilience, right? Especially how do you ensure that your buildings and your properties are resistant to any of the climate changes? But would you see there are other forms of resilience? You talked about other structural resilience, Matt, which is also there. But other than that, do you see that there are other forms of resilience that real estate development bodies or builders need to take care of?
Well, yeah, I mean, sustainability for sure is a big one. I think that's just part of the sort of the structural shift. In Europe, for example, there are green premiums on assets. That's not really sort of negotiated on too much. So the solutions that are successful, at least the ones we're seeing, are the ones that can really prove the value, the net value increase on an asset upon their implementation. So when landlords, developers, a lot of time it's still landlords who are actually now retrofitting older buildings. They're doing it with decarbonization in mind. They're also doing it with, let's say you take a commercial building. People don't work in the way that they used to. So that, they're thinking about how are people going to be working in the next 5 years, and what information can we take on today that's going to help us with our decision on new investments over the next 5 years. So, it's really changing the way people are just living their lives. Decarbonization is, of course, a huge component. And I think remaining nimble with actually not knowing exactly how that's going to play out and collecting data, I think that's what can make a real estate investment really strong.
Yeah, Peter?
Well, I've been last year in New York, and they have 45 million square meters only on offices on Manhattan. And there you see that nearly 20% of these offices are empty. So that means big companies going in modern buildings, even on the best areas like Broadway and something like this, there's empty, it's like nothing happens there anymore. So that means the climate transforming will happen. And New York or the US, most of the time stay a little bit further before what's happened in the other area. And for sure, we have two reasons why it happens this. One is the ESG, climate, sustainability. That's what we're talking about the whole day today. And the second thing is home office and for sure the digital conferences. So that means companies trying to bring the people back on the offices, like the huge tech companies. We're not talking about General Electric or other ones. No, we're talking about the tech companies where we usually should think that the people are, stay in the office. No, it doesn't work because 80% of the innovation happens in the office. And this is what the people need to understand, that a company having people working not in the office, they are usually the AI can do a lot of things what the people doing at home, Right. I'm not talking about every company, but especially if the tech company is telling us come back to the office, then we know exactly what's happened. And that is why I'm not invested in the moment in real estate, office real estate. I'm really lucky. And, this is just one to say.
Yep.
I will add something to gentlemen here that as a PropTech today application across the world, we have around 40% being used in of them are being used in the property, especially the commercial, which including offices, others. Those are having also big impact on other things than the climate, where you have impact on the cost of having those buildings, on the running costs, on customer experience or user experience. This is very important, will have impact to their life. On the other hand, between 35% to 40% from the PropTech implementation across the world is within the residential world. When you speak on residential, you speak about very highly resilience application, will help their life, will simplify their life, will enhance their quality of life within this property. So here, what we can see clear that the PropTech is impacting the human across all of their real estate journey, even in their residential, even in their commercial when they go, let's say, to malls or others or whatever entertainment, if they go to work, if that, today you can see it. This is also will add clear that today the market is $36.5 billion in the PropTech worldwide. And this is expected to grow in the coming 8 years to around $90 billion. So it's having a big impact on that. And we can see clear that today, as per the latest statistic, 90% from the occupier are willing to pay more to get PropTech implementation within their real estate.
Thank you, Faisal. So we covered two aspects. We understood, we set the ground, we understood what resilience in real estate development is. We understood what are the types of resilience. Now, Faisal, you are a developer and you have worked, Peter, with a lot of buildings and constructions. What are the ways to mitigate resilience in the planning stage of real estate development?
Today the journey of the real estate developer is starting from the idea and the financial plans for it and the visibility studies, blah, blah, blah. So those things are there is impact on the PropTech on it, especially on the designing phase, especially on having the best technology and the best implementation for PropTech that's way minimize the CapEx, the OpEx, utilizing the national, I would say the natural power and others and utilization. So you have a big impact of the PropTech in the beginning of the stage of the development journey. And then you switch it to PropTech implementation on the development where this will have an impact on selling this real estate. So as we said, 90% of people willing to pay more to get new PropTech implementation. So, and this is will happen. And the third will be on minimizing the cost of the OpEx, on running cost of that. And next we'll have the journey or enhancing the, I would say, user journey within this property and enhancing quality of life for them. So across the journey of the real estate development, from beginning to the end, PropTech is adding a lot in each part of it. Keep in mind one thing, you still can take PropTech outside and you go with running this development project as per the previous way and go with it with zero technology across. You will not have any customer interested in your new property of that.
Peter, do you want to add what can you do to mitigate resilience?
Well, we are one of our companies are Humboldt Capture. We're doing digital twins. That means you can, in a pandemic, you can do it far away. You can do management of your assets. So digital twins, you don't need to measure anything anymore. You don't need to go there. So for asset management, redevelopment, data room, second life circle, you need digital twins, I think. I think in 10 years, every huge asset will have a digital twin. Then you can give it to your engineer, you can give it to your architect, you can give it to your bank. Your asset management can work on this, so you can bring your real estate on a different level, and all of this we have to do. I mean, this is all about 2030, right? And so you don't need to do it, but your competitor who is doing that, he will be quicker, better, with less people.
Nice. So Matt, I have a special question for you. What is the role of PropTech to manage resilience, use of technology? Okay, because you are by virtue of building PropTech Connect, you are at the center of this ecosystem. So I would like to know what's the role of PropTech for managing resilience.
Well, interestingly, I was actually speaking to Faisal's colleagues just earlier today, and they were telling me some exciting things about the malls, the retail that you guys have. And we were talking about, actually which solutions really can do the job, which ones can just deliver a return. And even to your point on the planning and the full life cycle, yes. I think data has never been more valuable. So data, even given the potential ambiguity in terms of the direction of the industry, it is so valuable. But there are fantastic solutions. IREMS, Yardi, which I know you guys work with. Just having access to know exactly what is going on these with these assets. Yes, you can find out how to cut costs, but you can also do something else which is pretty special. You can uncover unknown unknowns. Something you didn't even know was possible, and you didn't even know was happening. You're really uncovering a lot, and that's going to allow investors to make sort of better decisions going forwards, and that's actually going to really improve, I guess, OPEX and margin on these. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, we know the cost of construction is currently high. I think in Germany it's insanely high. But for that same reason, data is still so valuable, because if you are going into a planning, you want to get it right. You don't want to feel like you're in a hit or miss situation. You really want to get it right. And I think those that are getting it right seem to be really successful.
Excellent. Peter, do you want to add the role of PropTech for managing resilience?
Pardon?
The role of PropTech for managing resilience?
Well, I mean, for managing your real estate is PropTech just necessary, I think, I mean, this is, if you have a lack of workers, like we have in Germany, why you're not using the technology, I mean, even AI and all the things, I mean, it's just great. So PropTech now 10 years really help to change the industry. Innovation in real estate is the most important thing, I think, for this, because we have to transform all our assets to a second level, I mean, the heat here in Saudi Arabia and other regions. We have more hurricanes, even in Germany we have now some kind of hurricanes. And for sure we have to bring our assets forward. And PropTech for sure is necessary to get data. Data is all about data, It's to make the right decisions, I mean, some people are really doing decisions like in the last century on Excel lists. They don't see anything, I mean, if you have a digital twin of an asset in Australia owned by a company from Saudi Arabia, you can walk through and can do really decisions to bringing your office building to our apartments. You don't need to travel to Australia in that case, So, I mean, to make better decisions, PropTech for sure is necessary. You can do it by paper, like in the last century, but you will not stay on the market that long, or your competitor will quicker, and you just thinking what they are doing, why they are so good now.
Got it. Do you want to add anything, Faisal, to that?
Yeah. See, it's clear PropTech will add much on all. Managing the property today will have an impact on the customer direct. So either the tenant or the owners or will have a direct impact on them. Will have a direct impact on the OPEX cost. And this is very important, as you mentioned. It's really costing amount of money on running those properties as you pay. And will have an impact on their journey and life on it, especially if you are dealing with many visitors or others. So this will help on that. Data, 100%. Data is treasure. Always data is treasure. So linking the data with the proper system, with the new technology and new PropTech, especially if you include the AI and others, you will have, I would say, a tool that can help you in minimizing much. So this will have a big impact on those properties, especially as much as you go to have multiple users on those properties. So if you go to the big malls, if you go to the place where they have an entertainment and others, so as big as you have visitors, as big as you will have a bigger impact on the PropTech implementation, that will help in minimizing the cost, enhancing the customer experience, and benefiting overall quality of service provided.
Peter, you wanted to add more to that, right?
Yes, I just want to say data is something really nice, But out of this data, you have to make some information, and out of this data, you have to make out of this information, you have to make new data, and with this data, maybe you have to do decisions, and after these decisions, you have new data, and then you have, it's a cycle. It's not starting with, I mean, it's always important to analyze the data with somebody who understands data, and if you have this information, even people don't know anything about this, this data, they can make better decisions. And that's the point, you know. Data is just, you know, you need to know what you're doing with the data.
Got it. Excellent. Also, I'm aware that there are certain geographies that are better in managing better resilient infrastructure, and then there are some that are not. Do you have a sense, maybe Peter, you mentioned to me the other day, how some geographies are better equipped and more resilient than others. Do you want to shed some light on the geographical distribution of how they manage resilience? Say Japan is much better than in managing climate resilience than some other countries, right? So do you want to shed some more light there?
Yes, this is exactly. You know, I mean, every region have certain kind of problems, you know. Maybe in the Netherlands they have too much water, and in Japan for sure they have too much earthquake. Like Taiwan, they have every day an earthquake, you know. Other people having too much heat, like here, you know. So for sure there are some specialists, you know. I mean, the Japanese, they know for sure what's happened the last 300 years, what you're doing against earthquake, you know. For us in Germany, it's now just a bit new that we have more than 40 degrees in the summer. So that means the apartment on the top of the roof, it was before very nice to sell, but now it's just too warm, let's say, for 4 weeks, you know. And if you don't have air condition there, usually we don't have that much air condition in Germany, maybe surprising here, but you can't sell it anymore. So that means depends. And for sure, the people in Netherlands, they know exactly if the water is coming up 2 meters, half of the Netherlands don't exist anymore. Right. So this is why we have actually our international headquarters of Humboldt Capture in the Netherlands, because if you in the Netherlands and you want to rent an old apartment, old office building, and you not have some kind of sustainability certificate, you can't rent it anymore. So they are really serious about these things, you know. We've been talking, Mathieu, that everybody have to do something. But in the Netherlands, they are just serious. They say, okay, you have this level of climate certificate or not. If not, you can't rent it anymore. So this is where the real estate industry is really waking up. Not if they having maybe to pay 2% more because of something, you know, like CO2 tax or something, you know. This is, they just bring it in the pricing, you know. So, but if you not can rent this building anymore, then everybody's awake. And this is why we are in the Netherlands, because they understand this more. What's the future of the real estate in that case?
I just want to add, I think what's very interesting, not only from just a climate disaster standpoint, but also looking regionally, I think a lot of people in this room might be surprised to know that whenever you speak to any European investor, European technology solution, whenever you mention to them, whenever you even mention to them Saudi Arabia, all of their ears perk up. Everybody is interested in the opportunity over here. Not so much in some other countries. I don't want to talk badly on any other countries, but you know, sometimes people, when you talk about new developments in some countries, the excitement just isn't there. I think, you know, Saudi Arabia actually has quite a, it sort of feels globally, I don't know if you guys also feel the same thing, but it feels sort of like it's your time to shine a little bit. And when foreign investors, when you're talking to them, they're thinking about opportunities where they can see a lot of growth. And I think, you know, in the Middle East, but I would imagine even globally, the relative growth for asset value, for technology companies that might be looking at this region because they want to partner with you guys and a lot of the other developers. I do think it's at a very exciting time. So actually, in terms of regions and countries, I think actually here is probably one of the most exciting.
Yeah, Faisal, do you want to give a context of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
How's the resilience?
And I think on that, so if you allow me, just on the previous question, It's geographic is yes there, but I think one of the most of that is about the type of property. So the type of property, there is some type of properties that will have a bigger utilization of PropTech and others are less. So taking an example, I think also if you see here in Saudi Arabia, where today, as mentioned, across all the day, Saudi Arabia become now one of the biggest construction lands in the world. The type of project that we have here, starting by NEOM, where we are building something different. Nobody's having an expectation or imagination what's the NEOM is going to happen. If you speak about Qiddiya, the same, which will be world #1 entertainment area. Dir'iyya, which is one of the, I would say, traditional places, will be one of the top. Sport Boulevard, the longest and the top sport boulevard across the world. King Salman Park, the biggest city park in the world. So all those type of projects, those giga projects, by meaning of giga or multi-giga, or let's name it, those all projects, they are building it on the top of what people reach across the world. So the implementation of PropTech here will be whatever we expect and even more much. Why I'm saying that? Because all of them, they are starting from where people end, not from where the people start. So on those giga projects, we are expecting things more and more, and we can see today the projects plans and all are having a big plans for the PropTech overall, starting from the first, I would say, page of these plans up to the implementation, which some of them already, we can see a life on part of those. So those giga projects that we have, starting by NEOM and others, I'm expecting those will be a place where you will see much the implementation and the utilization and the benefits out of PropTech applications.
Excellent. Well, this brings us to the end of this conversation, but then I want to wrap this up with some last thoughts from each of you. How do you summarize the topic of resilience before we wrap this up? Maybe we can start from Peter and then
summarize the resilience.
Yes. So just summarize your thoughts about this conversation. What are your last thoughts on this topic?
Well, I think first we need to have data. And with this data, we need to make information out of this. And then we have to look around the globe who has the better resolutions for that. And then we have to act. The most important thing is we have to act, and not on the end of the day. We have to do it now, because we've been talking too long about what we want to do, what we have to do, and things like this. The thing is, really, we all have to act local, and we also need to call the other ones in other countries every day and tell them, you have to do something too. Because the climate is something what happens around the world. And we Germans sometimes think if we changing everything and bringing our industry down to zero, then this happens something in the world. No, we have only 2%. So I can only say act now, and you will see that your real estate getting more world, because people will move, like in the States, in that ESG conform buildings. They have to, some have to, And if you want to see that, fly to New York, look on the Broadway, one of the best areas ever the last 150 years. But now there's nothing. There happens no offices anymore. They have to transform, and this would be very good apartments. But if I can only one sentence, a summary, act now.
Excellent. Matt?
So how to summarize? I think it comes down to two main aspects. 100% agree with Peter in that data is sort of like the bedrock that is going to allow decisions to be made. And I think on a slightly more tangible level, I think real estate is going to be a lot more of a customer-focused product. So having a deeper understanding of what a customer is wanting, I think those two in combination, it's really going to make developers, solution providers, entrepreneurs more resilient.
All right. Faisal?
I will start by my last word, which is customer expectation. I think this is very, very important. Here it's more about technology, and technology mainly working on what's customer expectation, how they can simplify their life, how can they make their life better quality, better lifestyle overall. So here is where technology will come. Technology always will simplify your life, making things easier than. And real estate is across our life. It's in our homes, our offices, our places of entertainment, everywhere. Airports, blah, 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 from all, you will have always real estate. So technology linked with the real estate to make customer expectation as they want and even better. Additional to that, it's where they can add benefits, because as you know, real estate is not that easy to be easy, I would say simple for the journey of it's very long. However, the technology, when it's embedded within it, will make things better, will make things faster, easier, simplify it much to the user, and give it at the end better quality for the end user. So that's where I think technology will add much on the real estate.
Well, that's a wrap. Thank you for your insightful conversation here.
Thanks to you.
Well appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, all speakers. And thanks, Mr. Rafi, for your moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the presentation about PropTech and hospitality real estate development. Please join me welcoming Mr. Dong Mi Lee, Senior Director at REGA CEO Global.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So let's start with the presentation. So PropTech in hospitality is not new word. I think everyone in this session really talks about residential a lot. I think our company actually focus on the hospitality development. And we do use a lot of technology. We'd like to go through some technology we have been using and also what we are looking at in the future. So let me introduce myself a little bit. My name is Min. I'm a Senior Director of REGA CEO Global. I've been working as an architect about 10 years, and I moved to development company. And that we've been focusing on a lot of technology in our development itself. So let me introduce REGA CEO Global. I'm sure you guys, most of you know about the REGA CEO Global. We are one of the PI subsidiary company focusing on the hospitality development. We have two destinations called Amala and Red Sea, and our headquarters is actually located in Riyadh. The location, I think some of you may not know. So our development location is west side of Red Sea. It's the Riyadh, and is located the coastline of the Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea part. The Red Sea destination itself is 28,000 square meter of site, and Amala is at 2,500. And we believe this location is quite attractive because we believe 85% of global population is within the 8 hours of flight. So we believe we have really good catchment. And also 50 million people are within the 3 hours catchment area. Actually, I was in the Sharm el-Sheikh last week, and I believe Sharm el-Sheikh is not as good as our site because in terms of the climate, our climate is actually slightly better because of the yearly temperature is actually 32 Celsius, whereas now Sharm el-Sheikh, if you go to Sharm el-Sheikh, it's starting to be getting cooler as well. So just quickly go through the phase 1 development, what we have been doing. We have developed 5 islands, as you can see, and one of them is Umahat, is currently open as a St. Regis, and the other one is Umahat 1, is actually opened as a Ritz-Carlton Reserve Hotel, and Shura Island is currently heavily under construction. There is 11 hotels and 1 golf courses, about 3,000 key hotels will be there, and also there is some residential development as well, which we are currently start selling. And Shebara Island is a hyper-luxury hotel product. It's one of the key hotel development that we are going to be launched this year. We are also developing inland development, which is called Southern Dune, which is a Sixth Sense hotel. Also, we are about to launch hyper-luxury hotel in Desert Rock area. And also, we have a coastal village, which is a 30,000 people's home, and it's heavily, phase 1 is completed, and phase 2 is heavily under construction. We are expecting about 300,000 when it's all established. We are expecting to have about 300,000 people per year to visit. And also we have the REGA International Airport. You probably already visit there. It's interim-wise, it's operated, and fully operational is next year. And also we have another development called Amala. This is currently under construction phase 1-wise, and the phase 1 will have 8 hotels and 27 whole golf courses, and the phase 2 will be 5 hotels. So total will be 23 hotels with about 3,000 keys hotels, and also some medical wellness destination as well. So PropTech and hospitality. How we use a PropTech in our hospitality development? I mean, we use a full cycle of the real estate development from the early stage as a feasibility and the market studies. And when we design this development, and we use as a design tool as well as a delivering tool as well and the construction side. While we're doing that, we do use heavily on the cost management side as well. And then once it's completed, we use the facility management aspect and also sustainability and energy efficiency as related to operational. And also operation-wise, we are expecting to have a better customer engagement as well as personalizations. So this is PropTech is really embedded into the full aspect of the hospitality event where we are currently working on. Feasibility and market study, it's quite difficult to do a market study at the beginning. It's when we started this project in 2018, I mean, there isn't any markets available at that time. So we have looked at the Dubai and Kuwait, Oman, and all the GCC, as well as Egypt, as well as Europe and Maldives, all that stuff as well. So we have hired several consultants to analyze market demand. I mean, market demand is a guesstimation really, but using the data that is available and then try to gather all the data as well, make a guess. I think that's one of the key aspects that we can use a PropTech perspective. And we did have some sort of the expected market demand, which is actually in line with the REGA as well as Qiddiya and all other mega project as well. So that has been generated to feed into the feasibility studies. And also site selection-wise, we are heavily using our GIS system, and all the site is fully mapped into our system. So whenever you wanted to develop within our site, you will find straight away what type of a site characteristics that are actually embedded in it. You can sit on the Riyadh desk, and then you can see all the sites in the Red Sea coastal area, where the infrastructures are available, where the neighborhoods are available, what's the populations. So this information is available, and we are heavily using this. So we are currently doing the phase 2 and beyond. And any development we are currently looking at is we actually access all the available data within our system, and then we verify that during the site visit. Cost and revenue projection, it's quite typical. I think one of the panel mentioned this construction cost is really going high. Yes, it is going high. I mean, our cost estimate from the beginning is really low, and when tender return is everyone probably expected is over the budget. But I think having a market data, live market data as per our cost team at the moment, we have a live data in our system. Whenever we receive the tender return, we update the data, and then that can be actually feed into our feasibility studies, actually enhance our feasibility outcome. I think that's one of the key we are currently using as a prop technology perspective. So whenever a project comes in, we use a different type of cost element into our model, and we expect to have the better solutions. And then actually when it comes to tender, we do not have like overrun over our budget. And from design aspect, I mean, everyone is probably familiar with the BIM. We heavily use the BIM. It's called integrated design management. So when it comes to the modeling, we actually model with correct manufacturer information as well as the material. So as you can see on the bottom, this is actually 3D render done by BIM model. It's available on our server, and when it's executed, it's almost the same as what we have expected from the beginning. So in this way, we manage the expectations of our stakeholders, and technology-wise, if there is any difficulty, it's early stage, we tackled all the issues, and also we delivered a product that is in line with what we initially presented to the board. This is one of the examples, is a Desert Rock. Recently, this is published by our CEO. As you can see on the top right, it's a rendering, and the bottom side is what has actually happened. So this is all mapped and by drone, and we did the initial 3D drone mapping in the beginning, and then we identified when borehole need to be located, and then our contractor actually precisely made this to be a guest room as well. So this will be open this year, inshallah. So this is heavily used our technologies. Construction automation as well. This is one of the hotel on the left side is our Ritz-Carlton Reserve. This is actually done in Switzerland. Initially, we have done the actually automated modules in Switzerland, and then we have delivered it from the site. And also on the right side, this is Dubai, and when we did all the coastal villages at a modular system. So this is actually almost printed as a precast and combined together on site, and then delivered on site. So we are minimizing the environment impact as well as automating all the construction, maximizing automation. So its construction impact on the site is minimum, and the quality of the delivery is really high. On the bottom right is a Shebara project, which will be open this year as well. It's one of the signature development we're currently doing. It's done by Dubai, and this will be open soon. Cost optimization. The Shura project is one of the challenges we're currently facing is the canopy issues. So this was actually modular in the detail, and they fed into our cost module, and this cost estimation is keep updated as a dynamic costing, and we are continuously challenging the technology issues and whether the cost issues to meet our targeted budget. So this is currently ongoing, and we are actively actually working on this as a dynamic costing method. Sustainability, energy efficiency. So I think this in Saudi, this is the first ever hotel we actually achieved the platinum. LEED platinum status for Nujuma, St. Regis, and Six Senses, the all platinum as well. Turtle Bay management offices as well as the linear apartment. So all this one is actually achieved by the early stage of the planning by using the technology that we anticipated the early stage, and that is accepted as USGBC. And then we are continuing to achieve the platinum status for the new building as well. So what the future trend looks like for the hospitality, I think this is where we are really looking for the answers from the stakeholders and colleagues, all the industry as well. When you go to the hotel these days, personalization is the key. I mean, you don't want to be just a customer. You want to be the customer that everyone remembers you, or everyone actually working for you, because if you're paying for like $3,000 per night, you are expecting to be treated that same way. So I think there's a key for the luxury development, having a personalization element. I mean, tailoring welcome messages, this is already happened, but I think it can be used as a mobile, integrated with mobile messages, as customer room preference, and tailor experience to your surprises. So when you arrive to your hotel room, your room layout is suddenly already changed how you like to be changed. So I think this kind of personalization is actually adding more value to the development, and then ultimately increasing your revenue. And the smart hotel. So we talk about a lot the smart home. Hotel is not different. You may be a person who doesn't like to be having a 21 Celsius on the guest room. So before you arrive, you can actually turn into your room to be 25, 27, whatever you prefer, or room to be have a room temperature waters. Or if you're in the middle of the night, you want to be you want something answered straight away, you can use your chatbot. I think these whole items we are currently looking to implement our development, and some of them is already implemented, but some of them we are looking for the answers how we can implement it. The sustainability as a core focus. I mean, as you saw, we are achieving the LEED Platinum for the hotels. I think this is all hotels we are targeting LEED Platinum, but this is continuous improvements required, especially for the operational point of view. Sustainability with the luxury experience, it doesn't really work, but we would like to find a solution, meeting the expectation from our guests, as well as the meeting expectation from a sustainability point of view. I think the win-win situation will be the optimum. That's what we're currently trying to do. And also data-driven. I think one of the panels actually said data is a key. Yes, data is the key. We are collecting every single data we are getting from the current existing opened hotel as well as a future hotel as well. So we would like to use that data to be more adaptive, to be more optimum performance, to be more optimally performed. So and also ultimately this will achieve the sustainable development. And the wellness. Wellness is the key, I think, especially for our Amala projects. We are focusing on a lot of the wellness development. For example, interact with the medical requirement. We may be able to integrate the data from the medical history, put into our wellness hospitality element there. So when guest comes in, they already know what guest is medical history is like or wellness history like. That can be implemented into how we treat the guest. And the lighting is another issue. We actually use mobile phone every single day. I mean, a lot of people are currently using mobile phone as well. So this is kind of key how your lighting control is for the guest room as well as the lobby, all the public spaces. And the air quality is another one we are looking at. I mean, yes, for the legacy area, I mean, we believe the air is very fresh and then it's good quality. But if you are now starting to develop like urban development, I think this is something that we need to develop further and looking for the partners as well. So that's, I think the personalized well-being is another item that we are currently looking at. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Wim, for your presentation. السادة والسيدات إلى
Ladies and gentlemen, to the next session about the role of PropTech to develop smart properties for the future innovation. This session is to be shared with Mr. Engineer Mohammed Adraibi, Engineer Abdul Hamid Adhiab, the CEO of Suhail Real Estate Company, Mr. Ibrahim Shail, CEO of Aqar Platform, Tariq Al-Hafdi, CEO of Oryx, and this session is to be moderated by Mansour Al-Ubaid. Please, you're kindly to take the floor.
سم أنتم أسئلة
ما دخلتوه الجروب أرسل عليك شوف الأسئلة أترككم معنا بالجروب أترككم معنا السلام عليكم جميعا حياكم الله. احنا بنحاول التوقيت المعد لهذه الورشة والجلسة.
I'll start on time. Of course, the role of PropTech in the development of smart real estate, innovation and the future. Today we are going and living a golden age given the first bundle of PropTech. Today we were talking about FinTech and now we are talking about PropTech, and I believe that today we've heard different great and rich presentation speakers, and they talk about the volume of PropTech and real estate, and among the volume of real estate is more than 230 billions, and it is expected to be 430 billions. It represents, technology represents 1%. With our international speakers, subject matter experts, coming from world countries, we need to speak more about the importance and role of PropTech and development of smart real estate, because we also talked about AI and talked about the future looking forward, the trends and the development of sustainable smart cities. I talked on the sidelines of this summit, I talked about the urban and the green environment and the importance of PropTech. I'd like to introduce my guests, our speakers. We have engineer Abdul Hamid Diab, CEO of Suhail Real Estate, and engineer Mohammed Al-Duraibi, the managing director of Real Estate, and Mr. Tariq Hafdi, CEO of Onyx. Welcome all on board, and we are very happy, of course, to have this session about the role of the PropTech in development of smart real estate innovation and the future. Mr. Engineer Abdul Hamid, could you speak a little more about Suhail Real Estate? How do you see the role of PropTech in reducing the cost when it comes to development and management of projects? Thank you so much, Buraid, for moderating the session. Thanks for the organizers for their invitation to this summit. This is a very important question. Any real estate project goes through 4 stages. The first one is real estate feasibility study. PropTech plays a good role in this stage and the upcoming stages, of course. We are still at the beginning, but I believe that PropTech will continue and will play such a great role in these 4 stages across the and also we have the item and automation issues based on the market study and the surrounding area or environment. We need to see how important they are in identifying the application and uses of such kind of data information to the developer and designers, and the design steps that need to come into play. The next step is that PropTech also plays such a great role in helping architects to achieve the highest efficiency when it comes to a design. Also helps designers through the applications of AI tools, augmented reality and virtual reality as well. So this technology, prop technology, has come into play recently and helps developers and architects to develop and ensure that the design is efficient enough, and also to adapt and change the design before implementation, so the cost will be reduced. This helps a lot, of course, in reducing costs. So that is why PropTech, of course, helps before the project comes into play. The next stage, when the project is in construction, which is construction tech, ConTech, by observing, monitoring, and following up the buildings or the construction phases. This is done through different stages, through the satellite images for the development and the speedy implementation. This is one of the most important roles of PropTech. This is the 3rd stage. And also through monitoring and following up the construction processes, such as like cameras, and helping also to better understand the efficiency of implementation. As for stage number 4, which is the final one, which is maintenance, regular maintenance. And here comes the role of the most important project. My friend Engineer Tariq will speak further about this, how Internet of Things can help anticipated maintenance, like through different sensors to be equipped across the building. So right, see how much developed it is. And I believe this is the beginning, and we can see a lot of things that will come next year. Thank you so much. Engineer Mohammed, how do you see Oud, the development of real estate, and what are the steps that you've taken? In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent. Everyone is aware of the fact that the big transformation the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going through, among which, of course, is the PropTech, and which is one of the most important Vision 2030 programs. And this is a good indicator showing all the players, not just the real estate players, but also the role of PropTech. The other point is the real estate sector plays such a good role in making the place for the users, either by the urban development and even like everything relating to environment. And the biggest one, generally speaking, is the anticipation, expectation of customers' needs and requirements, because the real estate or product is the most complicated one, because it is permanent and not temporary, and because it is being designed to sustain and survive for decades rather than just for a couple of years or 5 years or 10 years. So when we take into consideration like urban area, or urban product or urban service, or we need to take into consideration how users need to deal with this product, not less than 1 century, which means that your product should be a future one rather than a current one or a temporary one. عود So it is very important if you provide something like a real estate product. Once iPhone was launched, sometimes you need to see the need of the user, or because a real estate product is a future product. We need to take into consideration when we design this product. Even little child, for example, you need to help him or her how to grab their mobile phones. Then later they understand how they interact with the mobile phones. So it is very important to help our customers and our population, their needs, their expected needs, their future needs, so that you don't need to redo it again. It is very important to develop these products, real estate products, based on the current and the future demands. And this gives the real estate developer different decisions in terms of quality of project, the segment that they need to focus on or consider, and the requirements and of the customers. Then you can give like better reading the design for the design, of course. And if like not functionally good, it will not be such a good one. It will be redeveloped or remodeled. So PropTech plays such a great role in decision making. I don't want to speak for long so that we don't make our answers overlapping. So digital transformation, we have a digital initiative for the digital product through integrated service to provide all that is expected inside your real estate. So this is the trend of many companies. But the most important thing is to read the market, to have your own decisions made, informed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. Welcome. Thank you so much. CEO of Aqar platform, as a platform focuses on or focusing on PropTech. How do you see PropTech enhancing transparency and efficiency in sale and purchase processes? Of course, real estate aspects and fields are various. It is for the marketing services and the real estate agency, because contribution comes from different sides. It is to facilitate real estate purchases, transactions. It is very important to enhance the experience of, and also to explore the supply. And this is the first thing that the platforms, such platforms, carry out or perform, to discover what is displayed, or sorry, what is supplied, and also to contribute directly to provide the correct piece of information. and then later, of course, added values between different things of real estate aspects. This is something that we provide at the real estate platform to help the customer. Also data relating to the real estate market, part of the services to provide or to help the customer service to ensure the price affordability in comparison with the average prices and price indicators. So these are the three key aspects that platforms perform to enhance the experience of customers. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ibrahim, we have such a person who has worked with the private sector and the public sector. Thank you so much, Mr. Tariq, and we highly pay tribute to your experience. I have two questions. I would like to listen to your answers. First, what are the opportunities in the Saudi market of the PropTech, and what do you think? How can we adopt such solutions? First, peace, blessing, mercy be upon you all. I'm very happy to be among here. It is a great honor for me. This is a very good question. The Saudi market, real estate, is going through different stages, development. The most important component is the continued development of, while the public authority of real estate has really helped a lot because the market has been more regulated, more regulations have come into play recently, and these regulations, either they have renewed things that do exist or new ones. So we are talking about a real estate agency, facility management, real estate contributions, and on-map purchases and sales. So it is promising in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because they require a lot of things to be applied, and there should be a better experience. PropTech helps a lot to convey and communicate the information and data and develop reports about these products to be linked with the other products. Today you have real estate development, you have real estate like development on map, sales and purchases, after the alliances, then maintenance, operations, and so on. So with the PropTech coming into play will be of great service to the products associated with these systems. I believe this is a big opportunity for those wishing to get into the market. The second question is more related to how can Onyx apply the PropTech? What is Onyx? What are the services that we provide so that Onyx, it is a company specialized in management of facilities and real estates, and we have technologies relating to the management of facilities and real estate properties for big complexes, residential complexes, whether for closed communities or even for big companies. So we apply such technologies so that we can be more competitive, and our services and products will be uniquely different. So instead of starting from scratch, we thought that we need to start where others have ended up. We found that a good product is that we can get it engaged. Go Connect, which is to manage assets, real estate properties and facilities. This is the best in Onyx. It makes such a great difference when you manage facilities and real estate assets, whether mobile and non-mobile assets through these PropTech. So it has added really great values for movable and non-movable assets. So you can understand when to schedule maintenance, whether like proactive maintenance or reactive maintenance, sustainability, energy, operational and maintenance, energy, population density, and so on. These are very important things that you have always to take care of as part of the ecosystem. So you have a holistic overview of the assets and real estate and facilities to be moderated. And you have a dashboard so that you can make your analysis based on the information, and you contribute, of course, to take the appropriate decision, whether for the efficiency of the work or something else. Today, of course, Go Connect develops what is existing and finds a way to get into the AI, to apply the AI tools. Once the AI tools come into play, the technology will not just give you information or data. No. AI is continued learning based on the cases, based on the decisions made, based on the decisions yet to be made. AI, once it gets into the ecosystem of real estate in terms of the facility and asset management, it will act and perform on behalf of you, and it may suggest a lot of things like procedures, next procedures that you need to take. Or even if you give it the authority or powers, it will do so on your behalf. This is about what we do in REGS. Thank you so much. I may talk a little about the technologies used. We talked quickly about 23 technologies. Augmented blockchain, virtual reality, data analytics, robotics, Internet of Things, smart mobility, micro-mobility, lots of things that are coming into play. Technology, sustainability, we talked also about the green and urban development, carbon emission capturing. We talked about environmental sensibility. We talk also about when it comes to very difficult to make decisions, it also helps smart decision making, drones. So we have so many services. I'd like to speak, or like you to speak a little more about how PropTech impacted the real estate industry. I'd like to speak a little about the challenges faced by real estate companies in real technology. There are different challenges, but I would like to focus on certain ones. Lack of capacities and capabilities when it comes to reading data and information. Because real estate data information is something new, but I believe as it is a challenge, it is an opportunity for the Saudi youth to specialize in data and information relating to real estate assets, property. Of course, a specialized course or workshop has been launched to help how to read data and information relating to real estate. We provide them like data and information relating to real estate, but they are so big that they need someone who is specialized in this. So it is a challenge, but again, it is. The other point is also in real estate or prop technology is the high cost of the PropTech, particularly when it comes to AI and the augmented reality. And this is something that is at the beginning early probably, and it opens the door wide for PropTech and the Saudi youth to come up with real estate products and services so that they have like more options. Probably we have one more challenge seen by different real estate companies: privacy and data sharing, and how to ensure privacy. I believe the challenge is very important, and it's not just across the real estate sector, but also across the different state-of-the-art technologies, part of the cybersecurity and part of the cybersecurity culture that needs to be conveyed, communicated, and well spread across the PropTech companies and other companies as well. Engineer Mohammed, how do you think that data can help to develop the strategy of PropTech and real estate data and information? Well, definitely reading the future helps you to make your decisions smartly. There was a session where His Excellency, the head of the General Authority for Statistics, also talked about how to anticipate and expect. You see the traffic, heavy traffic in Riyadh. Riyadh has gone beyond what it was planned for. And this is based on the advanced technologies, data of different pathways in terms of the number of the population expected, the number of, the type of job opportunities, the heat maps that help us to, or that help also to help designers and the planners to better and best develop cities. Given the fact that we have a lot of data and information, this helps also designers and developers and the planners when they develop and plan real estate properties, facilities. The first thing that that real estate companies do is that you need to use Google and use Google, of course, Maps to better understand, for example, what is it that customers are looking for? Is it like bedroom, living room, kitchen, and so on? So today, data analytics is a stage to benefit from, but in the future, you need to go beyond the future. You need to go ahead of the future so that you direct at least the users and the customers when it comes to the quality of life. At the end of the day, the key goal is to provide better quality of life. Because once you have a good quality of life, it means that you have better PropTech. And once you have PropTech, it means you have better management for all the sectors or all the markets. So this is the first important thing, that we need to ensure that the customer can reach out easily to the market. It is very important for us to expect their needs before they request it. I mean, we need to have proactive steps rather than reactive steps. Reactive steps is a traditional methodology. So it is very important, for example, we need to see when it is expected for this. For example, customer is to leave his or her own apartment. And once you open Google Map, you see that Google has already given you, for example, your trip time. So once you know the customer's requirements, you can, of course, distribute the efficiency of energy. And this is something that we really reach out to enhance quality of life. This kind of transformation in technology, I think, should go hand in hand with good track of the regulations. The platforms launched by the Real Estate General Authority, do you think that it will be of good for you to enhance the data expectation, anticipation? Of course. Any platform, digital platform, the most important is the input, the quality of input coming from all the government entities. The higher quality is, the better. And this will help also the drivers, giving you the best reading or product designer, developer, or a broker agency or agent. Open data is one of the most important things that we need to focus on. And I believe that, led by Engineer Abdullah Al-Hamad, there are different agreements, different directives. There are different directives to guide the real estate sector to be more proactive and to impact more than not just one entity or one direction. And so the quality of input is the challenge that we face. It is very important to use the AI, because you know, the segments of our population is more than 65% are still young, and they have like a great adaptability to use technique, while very few people are beyond 70. Real estate or PropTech as the asset and real estate management existed many years, but it was restructured, known as PropTech. This is something that the authority has made to give it like a new momentum, a new fresh of air. So it is wider, it is stronger, it is... I'd like to move on to speak to Mr. Ibrahim. If we speak about future trends about PropTech and privacy. Thank you. Today, we have different local initiatives to intensify the PropTech investments. Well, the focus is placed on providing high quality services and products and redefine the products and services to benefit or to best benefit from technologies. We're speaking about two types of products or services. Some services are there, but just further developed or redeveloped in order for such services to be faster. Speaking about asset management and real estate management, they are already there. But speaking about the PropTech and how they can help enhance the quality of service or products, we are speaking about new and state-of-the-art technologies relating to properties, real estate, such as, for example, mutual ownership, probably, for example, financial solutions, and how this enhances, of course, how this enhances the lease, rental services, ownership, sales, purchases. These great opportunities are further enhanced by the PropTech. As for privacy, personal data protection law is in place, and it also overlaps with different data or personal data, for example, such as like, is the asset, for example, put on sale or is not, is it like acquired? There are different levels of personal data privacy issues that really interact. These are all, again, opportunities to provide like personal data, and also it is very important to see how such personal data to be protected and how privacy can be further enhanced by PropTech. Mr. Tariq, we have different sessions discussing key issues and how the PropTech industry is changing. PropTech Center, the sandbox, the accelerators, the public authority of real estate, the integration of these sectors, all are working under the umbrella of the public or the general authority of real estate. I'd like to ask you how NX applies PropTech and how you benefit from the ecosystem made by the authority, and what is your piece of advice and how this can be further benefited, of course, given the good environment and the different Vision 2030 programs to enable the youth to make more initiatives under the umbrella of PropTech. Well, truly said. Well, the most important thing and the biggest service ever made so far in this sector is digitization of data, digital data. Without data being digitized, I think we cannot make any further steps. We cannot develop any PropTech if we don't have any digitized data. So this is the first important step, and there were different initiatives, of course, to digitize data, information. So I believe this was the first step taken. Then later, once you have the data, then you can develop the current situation and you can tell about the people, of course. The real estate sector, as said, well said by different session speakers, because the real estate sector provides services for more than 120 sectors across the Kingdom of Saudi. We're speaking about government, real estate, factories, plants, commercial, residential, industrial, agricultural assets. So we're speaking about different assets. So with the digitalization of data, making such data available, with the protection of privacy, the quality of privacy, and the owners of data will enable all to study the services provided, the service not yet provided, which can make up a great opportunities, a great journey for investors, for startups, for entrepreneurs, so that they can be further explored in terms of maintenance, in terms of development, in terms of operations. So each station, each journey has its own flavor, has its own nature. So many opportunities are still yet to be explored in real estate, in the real estate sector. As Mr. Mohammed said, we are still lagging behind. There are other practices, like in reality. That is why it is very important to benefit from this. We don't need to start from scratch, but based on our own experience in the Saudi market real sector, we need to make like localization to develop them in such a way to best be best appropriate for the Saudi market. Thank you so much. We talked about the volume of PropTech. Globally, it is about $43 trillion, and it is expected to be $100 trillion. And we hope to see Saudi companies coming into the global real estate equation to all. How do you see and how do you direct companies getting in or attracted by investment opportunities in the real estate industry to be further engaged, further attracted? Please, as short as possible. Very important question, I believe. Say again? One of the great PropTech sector segments, and still not so many entrepreneurs or startups. This is something that is very great for the real estate, for those wishing to rent or release or buy or purchase or sell their own properties. The number of population, you can understand the number of population, their trends, their preferences, the number of vehicles passing by, and also the services, the facilities provided across the environment or across the immediate vicinity. So we do our best, of course, to provide our service in this trend. And the market is so huge. And I'm inviting the Saudi youth to be more attracted to such kind of opportunities. Mr. Mohammed, please go ahead. A story 14 years ago showing where we have reached. We were developing a series of villas, and he had a wish to introduce technology. Of course, we were trying to convince them to convince others to invest more in the smart homes, very much like Central and Satellite 15 years ago. Now, the transformation coming into play, leading investors is the need of the market. The simplest technology is to have smart product or wiring. Now, most of the solutions are not installed or wired. So drink and food sector needs kind of development, and so does the real estate or the PropTech industry. So far, investors need to focus special attention on supporting the sector and should have a super apps to provide more solutions. Today, it is very important to encourage investors by regulations, by incentives, by encouragement, and this will enhance sustainability. One more thing is if you provide like excellent quality and service and or product, then the customer experience will be higher and higher. So the one who will be number one influencer is the one who owns this not now but in the future. What we need is more conferences, more forums for the upcoming summit to be bigger, and like to announce big investment opportunities. We are very much ambitious at the Public Authority for Real Estate. We are very much ambitious to have more and more transactions to be launched by billions and trillions of dollars. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. The sector is promising. Yes, lagging behind in terms of technologies or the state of technologies, but again, it has such a great investment opportunities. It is very important to enhance the services provided because people are accepting these services increasingly, and it is very important also to see how this can be a stepping stone into more investment and can be, of course, it can increase the number of companies, startups companies. Thank you so much. Perhaps back again, I would say the real estate industry is so big. If I'd like to speak about the transactions, well, they are really trillions. This is part of sales and purchases. What about the services, sub-services, or the journey of real estate? So you start with this, of course, a piece of advice, there should be specialization. Choose like something niche. Services that are not provided, you have to specialize in niche services. Whether real estate or non-real estate, they can communicate with each other. Companies, I mean, the companies can connect. Don't say I'll work on sales and purchase. You can integrate with others. You can bring a product. Anything. If you have a gap, then you can integrate with the other series, whether like sales or whatever it be. So I believe that specialization or niche specialization is much better because the more specialized you are, of course, the more aware of the details you are, and you can provide better solutions. And you can, of course, provide more and more. Thank you so much. Very happy to have Engineer Abdul Hamid, the CEO of Suhail, Engineer Muhammad, CEO of Al-Aqariya, Onyx, and Mr. Ibrahim, the CEO of Aqar. We hope that we provided you some good materials, good information. The logo of the General Authority is to create experience with everyone. The initiatives made and launched by the Public General Authority of Real Estate in the upcoming forum, we hope to see more and more unicorns coming here to work under the umbrella of the General Authority of Real Estate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Engineer Mansour Al-Ubaid, for moderating the session and for the speakers as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sayyidati, Sadati.
About future of cities and quality of life. Please join me welcoming Mr. Luke Graham, Oxford University.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Oh, so I've already got a deep voice, right? So when I shout into the mic, creates a bit of chaos in the speakers. Lovely to see you all. As mentioned, my name is Luke Graham. I'm an associate fellow at Saïd Business School at the University of Oxford. I'm also the head of research and strategic insights at a venture capital firm in the UK, based out of London, called Pi Labs. And over the coming 30 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about the intersection between quality of life and technology in cities of the future. And of course, I acknowledge the irony of traveling from a very historical, old school city like London/Oxford to deliver this in a very futuristic city such as Riyadh. But hopefully there are some transferable lessons between the two markets. A fun little tidbit here, it was about 13 years ago, around 13 or 14 years ago, that I came to Saudi Arabia for the first time. And when I did, I had the opportunity to travel a bit further up the Red Sea and visit a place called Petra in Jordan, which I'm sure many people here are familiar with. And I find this to be a useful case study for the work that we've been doing on the future of cities out of Saïd Business School at Oxford. In particular because many Westerners refer to Petra as the lost city of Petra, okay? And the reason behind that, of course, is that Petra is no longer the thriving metropolis, the capital of the Nabatean kingdom that it was historically. And the question is why? What happened? Okay, this was a grand feat of engineering, this city. And today, of course, a significant tourist attraction, over 1 million visitors every single year, but no longer technically a functioning city, okay? And the reason behind that, for the historians in the room, the people will remember, was innovation, okay? Innovation disrupted Petra. So when the Romans did their thing across a big part of the Eurasian supercontinent, they brought with them shipborne commerce. And the challenge for Petra was that its significance was as a land-based space for trade, okay? So the history of the Nabateans, of course, was originally that they were bandits and that they would raid some of the trade networks that you can see up on the screen here. And once the Romans came along and started doing this at sea instead of on land, all the famous ports, you know, Alexandria, and many of these other places, rose to significance, and Petra steadily declined. Now, there are a few interesting things around this, right? And we see this in a number of other cities all around the world. Archaeological evidence tells us that Petra, and you may comfortably assume this anyway, that Petra didn't just close shop overnight. There was a steady decay, there was steady decline, okay? So it went from being the peak of the Nabatean kingdom to steadily people living in homes that were falling into disrepair, you know, examples of the city, you know, dropping in population steadily over time and all these sorts of things. But the interesting thing, obviously, looking into the future is that the future of human population growth over the remainder of this century is urban. Okay, so you may have heard the old phrase that, you know, 1.5 billion people added to our population by 2050 are going to be all concentrated in cities. And we see some of the effects of that here in Riyadh, and we see it in many of the other global cities around the world as well. And so the case to you is that the future of humanity, if we want to start getting a bit philosophical, is the future of cities, okay? But the challenge is, if we look all the way back to Charles Dickens, if there are any fans of Charles Dickens in the room, the English author, we know that city growth is imperfect and quality of life can be shaken up in this process of urbanization, okay? So for A Christmas Carol, the Dickensian film of the Victorian era, Scrooge, the character Scrooge, if you've heard of this character, who bemoans the surplus population, okay? casting our minds to the image on the right-hand side, okay, of overflowing London slums and these sorts of things. And of course, in the modern day, we see some examples on the left of the consequences of rapid urbanization and the challenges around quality of life that it may inflict on its people. But what is quality of life? Okay, quality of life is the topic of this talk. What does it mean to each of the people in this room? There are, I don't know, I'm terrible at counting in this sort of context, but there is however many people in this room right now and however equal many number of opinions or perspectives on what quality of life means to you. Why do you choose to live in the city you choose to live in? Is it because you just happen to be born there and you have social networks and you're comfortable living where is familiar? Did you move to another city drawn by employment, by healthcare, by social mobility, so on and so forth, maybe by entertainment? Now, if you can tell from my accent, I'm not British, right? I don't have the posh Oxford accent that I'm supposed to have. I was born in Australia, and in some indexes, the cities of Australia rank among the highest in the world. Why did I choose to move to London, right? Where there is crime and serious social inequality and a bunch of other challenges. Is it because I love the London's West End? Am I a fan of Piccadilly Circus and Oxford Street and all those sorts of things? What is it that drives me to want to live in this city? And so what I did at Pi Labs, at the venture capital firm, is I looked at a bunch of these quality of life indexes, okay? And they're the rows. These are the rows that you can see here. The famous one is from the Economist Intelligence Unit, right? That ranks Vienna as the world's most livable city usually, sometimes Melbourne, other times Vancouver, okay? But then there are other indexes here. And I know that text is very small. Main point is colors, okay? Main focus here is colors. Some of these indexes rank these global economic powerhouses as the most livable cities in the world. So you see London ranking highly, New York ranking highly, Tokyo ranking highly. And so what this really reinforces to us is that, again, quality of life is subjective, right? It depends on what you're measuring. And so when you break all these indexes apart and you try to put them back together again into a few different groups, you get 100 indicators. These indicators are these these columns the whole way across, right? Tiny text you can barely see, okay? An example, quality of public, I can't see that one. The ease of the threat of military conflict. Sorry, okay, as an example. Now, all the green are within each row represent what they are counting, and the red is obviously what they're not counting. Yellow is a little bit undetermined. They either were a bit secretive about exactly what they were measuring, or were able to surmise it in some other way. And so the key drivers of livability we see are healthy cities, and you can see across the top here, experiential cities, right? The enjoyment people get out of cities, what draw people to places like London and Paris and things like that, why I'm in London instead of Sydney. Sustainable cities, okay? So talking here about biophilia, when I came in from the airport this morning, you know, a lot of investment's been made into biophilic design along the highway, okay? A lot of natural elements integrated there, very pretty and picturesque. We have developed cities, urban development, construction, PropTech, the sort of stuff we're talking about a lot today. Secure cities, obviously safety, thinking, innovation, and then productive cities, big economic conversation here, future of work, productivity, all these sorts of things, okay? These are the categories that we consider to be the main drivers of quality of life in the cities of tomorrow. And so what I'm going to propose to you in the context of PropTech, startup, venture capital, innovation, is that we can start looking into the future of these cities on the basis of how much they're innovating in each of these areas. And one way of doing that, with this very pretty graphic, is through the amount of venture-funded entrepreneurship taking place in each of the categories. Now, this particular graphic is specific to Europe, okay? But obviously a very close neighbor of the Middle East. Now, productive cities, that economic story, okay, future of work, productivity apps, Monday.com, all those sorts of things, okay? That's a big pool of capital. That's being funded substantially. But then, if you look at some of these other areas, thinking cities and experiential cities, much less so, okay? And so this may give us a little bit of a hint as to what the trajectory of the human experience in cities could be based on what's actually being backed, what's being funded. And I'll propose to you a few other ways of looking at this as well in this talk. But the big question that we're often asked by property developers, municipalities, construction firms, real estate investors, wherever the capital is coming from, buying or acquiring technology, they're often saying to us, okay, well, they told us that we can make people healthier in a building, or a supplier told us they could do X, Y, Z, but we need a business case here. We need a financial upside. We need an economic case. So what is the economic case of quality of life? Is quality of life more than just an ESG metric? Okay, is it more than just environmental and social sustainability? My case to you is that we tinkered with a little bit of relatively straightforward maths here. So the engineers in the room and the mathematicians in the room, we'll chuckle at the elementary level of say algebra that we propose here. But it seems to be prompting a little bit more action when we start having these conversations. And excuse the currency used here being in British pounds, but obviously that's where we conducted the research. So my first question to you is a healthy building a profitable building? Is a healthy building a profitable building? And when we calculated this for commercial real estate, one argument that healthy building technology often makes to their buyers is that we can reduce sick days in your building, increase productivity, and so on and so forth. And so when that's actually the case, when you can reduce sick days that take place, the average number of sick days that are created from within a building, we know that indoor air quality is far inferior to outdoor air quality, and that's what creates a lot of that's why we're all sick in winter, okay, because we're all locked up inside. So if we're able to mitigate this through a bunch of technologies that I'll bring up a little bit later, there is an economic case here. So for a 500,000 square foot building, which is roughly 50,000 square meters, 3.2 million British pound of added annual economic activity takes place in that building every year just by reducing the average sick days each year by 1. You just have to drop your average sick days by 1 to create that added economic activity. Okay? Biophilic design, I mentioned it before. See it in the external built environment, the whole way from the airport to this hotel. Why was that investment made? Why was that done? There are two elements, key elements I would point to for biophilic design in the built environment. Number one is a very well-established point, and we can actually see it right here, right now, actually, at the tables at the front here in this room, that green elements and blue elements, blue and green, right, water and nature, have a psychological effect on our state of subjective mental health, okay, or subjective well-being. We've known that for a long time. Psychology has known this for a long time. Take a walk in nature, escape to the country, all these sorts of things, okay? We know this. We integrate timber into our internal architecture for this reason, okay, when we don't necessarily have to. But more recently, there's also been a lot of academic research on productivity gains from these interventions as well. And to boot, it doesn't even necessarily have to be real. So what they've done in some cases is use virtual reality and change the outlook of a person conducting tasks and seeing how that affects their performance on those tasks. And we know that integrating green elements improves productivity. Anywhere from around 5% in more modest cases, up to 20% in some cases. So if we just go onto the conservative side of that, if we just say, okay, well, how about 5%? Let's work with 5%. In a 5% improvement scenario, this is the big one, £41.5 million of added economic activity takes place inside that 50,000 square meter building each year, just from a 5% productivity improvement scenario. Okay, this is the business case, this is the opportunity. Obviously, big challenges on how to actually achieve this. Finally, who here in the room is familiar with a gentleman by the name of Adam Newman? Adam Newman? WeWork? Who here is familiar with WeWork? Yep. Adam Newman, founder of WeWork, okay? Adam Newman, obviously WeWork has had quite a lot of attention in the press over many years. And Adam Newman has obviously exited a few years back now and started a new venture called Flow Space. And if I'm to be a little bit reductionist here, I would say Flow Space is maybe somewhat of a WeWork for residential real estate, okay? Focusing very heavily in the US. And when he launched this platform alongside the venture capital firm A16Z or Andreessen Horowitz, he was interviewed by one of the founders of that VC firm, and he made the business case, right? He made the argument that if people feel a greater sense of ownership of their spaces, they'll take better care of it, and the investor / the owner will make more money. They'll increase their NOI, their net operating income, on that building. And the metaphor that Newman used was that, you know, instead of calling the superintendent to unblock the toilet, that the occupier would do it themselves, right? Now, a lot of grief he received in the media for this, but with the real estate economics training, I thought to myself, I want to test this out myself mathematically, okay? And this is the third, I promise this is the last time I throw an equation at you today. But this is the third equation, the third and final equation. That a higher sense of ownership, which can be proved in psychology, right? It's called psychological ownership. If you can prove psychological ownership of any entity, it doesn't have to be a piece of real estate, it can be a car, okay? It can be any consumer product. It can even be these flowers here at the corner of the stage. I can say, this one's mine, and sir, this one's yours. Now, whether you like it or not, you've got a higher affinity with this container of flowers than this one, right? You may shake your head and say that's nonsense. We have psychological ownership within us when it comes to many different things. Now, homes are a significant example. We may not own our homes, we may rent them, right? But we hold an affinity to them. We hold a sense of psychological ownership over our friends, over different products, over maybe a certain seat in a cafeteria, right? Or a restaurant. Okay, I particularly prefer to sit here. This is my spot. And there's a TV show called The Big Bang Theory, right? Where the character Sheldon Cooper, if you've seen it, American sitcom, that's my spot. Okay? He doesn't own that. There's psychological ownership of that space. So marketers, psychologists know psychological ownership very well. Then when we move that into real estate economics and we look at the impact that that has on churn, on occupier churn, we then have a scenario where we can extend the occupancy of a building. And all other things held equal, premiums on prices and all those sorts of things, you reduce the quantity of vacancies over the long term of your building and therefore increase your income. And so, at the end of the day, £1.7 million of added economic activity, annual gross rental income in this case, taking place if you moved your average occupancy from 3 to 4 years. But the question is how? Okay, how can this be achieved? And of course, this is what brings us into the core of the conference over today and tomorrow around innovation, property technology, and those sorts of things. And so working from the venture capital lens, a key question we have is around what sort of technology is being framed by the built environment, the real estate sector, and what's at its periphery. And so I propose this three-staged framing for built world technology that affects the built world. In the center, you've got built world centric, your PropTech, your construction tech, your mobility tech, right? The second one is adjacent to the built world. You know, it directly affects the built world, but maybe not necessarily is considered within the conventional domains of PropTech and ConTech. And then the third is peripheral. And so when we look at healthy cities, right, and we look at this framing, In the middle, in built world centric, what can be reliably considered to be PropTech can be things, say, like air quality monitoring within a building, or perhaps wastewater analytics to preempt disease within a building and the spread of disease and things like that, okay? All integrated within the built environment. But then if we go all the way out to the peripheral, who in the room has a smartwatch or some sort of wearable? Yep, several people in the room. So there's a podcaster in the UK, his name's Stephen Bartlett. And he was talking about his experience with the smart wearable technology, okay? He was saying that whenever he went out and drank alcohol with his friends on a Saturday night or something like that, he would wake up on a Sunday morning and his smartwatch would say to him, your heart rate variability has dropped. What did you do to yourself yesterday? Are you sure you're still alive? Right? What's going on? And this created a significant behavioral shift in Stephen Bartlett. He stopped drinking alcohol. And in many, especially across Generation Z, in many parts of Western markets, we're seeing a reduction in consumption of alcohol. Right? It's not all because of wearables. There are other cultural forces at play. But how does that behavioral shift affect the built environment? It's maybe not an immediate first-order effect, but it's at least a second-order effect. Okay, if we're building our cities surrounding certain cultural ideas, attitudes, behaviors that are shifting, that's going to also shift the way that the urban environment needs to be designed and maintained and so on. When it comes to sustainable buildings, we have a similar example. Obviously, there's a lot of sustainable building technology, energy efficiency in buildings, solar, so on and so forth. But then even still, getting into the peripheral. When it comes to biophilic design, right, urban biodiversity, things like this, a lot of people may ask, well, like, what does that have to do with technology? And I think something that's quite interesting is that we're now seeing at the design stage technology being used to more effectively integrate urban biodiversity into the built environment, because just throwing a tree somewhere actually could do more harm than good. One thing they've recently identified in London as an example is that all the trees that they threw into that city over certain periods of time, number one, and I didn't realize this, and I may butcher this, they put too many male trees in London because they didn't want the fruit from the female trees to create too much cleanup. So now there's too much pollen in London. That's why if you ever go into London in the spring and your allergies are really flaring up, it's because all the trees are guys, right? Or too many guys. Similar issues with volatile organic compounds. So in other areas, they've found we didn't do our biodiversity strategy properly, and now we've got VOCs spurting into the air at different times of the year because of the incorrect, again, biodiversity elements. So using technology to make those interventions in a more thoughtful way, but then also this emerging field of biodiversity as a service, right? So a lot of exciting areas in the sector. Third, again, going to the experiential cities, going to experience the experience. We have familiar tenant engagement apps, but also developments in augmented reality and virtual reality, placemaking initiatives. There's a development in London called King's Cross, for those of you who have been there recently, that is very heavily focused on the occupier experience, the retailer experience. How can we shift this trend backwards from the Amazonification of retail, okay, and drive footfall back into these more intensive human experiences in whether it's retail or hospitality or whatever it happens to be. Now, I showed more than just 3 categories of quality of life, okay? The last one, thinking cities, I think is a really interesting point because of all the work being done around Vision 2030 here in Saudi Arabia. So one thing we identified when we were doing this research is that when you look at quality of life and innovation, distinct groups emerge. And I was really fascinated by this. So quality of life and innovation. We're looking at innovation upwards on the y-axis, patents per million people, innovation intensity. And on the x-axis, we're looking at the quality of life of certain cities in Europe, okay? Now, the first group, which may be intuitive, high quality of life, high levels of innovation, okay? Makes sense. People who feel good, do good work. The next one I call the lazy cities, and as I gestured to, I'm Australian, so the city that I always pick on for this, high quality of life, very low innovation, Perth, okay? Perth is a horrible innovator, and they're really wrestling with this. So as a proportion of GDP within the city, Perth's level of innovation is sub 1%, okay, very, very low, about 0.5. And then you have, thirdly, low quality of life, low innovation. Therefore, what you do not have in all the cases that we looked at is you never have low quality of life and high innovation, okay? So what we've identified here is what we consider to be, in the top right-hand side, a reinforcing feedback loop of quality of life and innovation, right? If we're developing technology and innovation to drive quality of life is therefore a driver of innovation. We end up in a virtuous cycle between those two elements, quality of life and innovation, quality of life, innovation, and so on. Of course, you need to be innovating in the right areas. There's plenty of innovation in terrible areas, right? The most innovative periods in human history, the most innovative periods of human history have been the worst wars that we've fought. The greatest technological leaps forward that we've made as humanity have been the recent world wars, as an example. And so breaking out of that and engaging in the sorts of innovation that we're seeing in this country is, I think, quite an aspirational way of innovating. And so when we looked at this from the European angle, okay, what the outlook for innovation looks, and this applies globally. This is transferable globally. It's not just a European phenomenon. We look at endogenous innovation, what innovation is happening inside that city, what sort of startups are being founded in that city, okay? Then general innovativeness, that's in this case determined by the EU and therefore constrained to Europe. And then exogenous innovation. This one we accomplished via a survey, essentially by asking entrepreneurs and innovators, how likely are you, or rank your priorities of cities to expand into the future? And so I guess my challenge or my question to you in the context of Riyadh is, how can Riyadh establish itself as high as possible on that hierarchy, right? And so innovators from all around the world are like, we want to deploy our products as a high priority in Riyadh. So once we were done with that analysis, this is how the European cities ranked. Now, you may agree or disagree with this. I saw a Dutchman in the audience a little earlier. I think he might still be here, Wouter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Amsterdam is number 2 and not number 1. But this is how European cities rank. But again, we can bring this out more regionally. The key point, I think, here is that London does not rank as the most livable city in Europe today. It ranks as the potentially most livable city in Europe into the future based on the level of innovation that takes place there. Here are some other alternative rankings that we produced. So the leader on carbon, as an example, is Stockholm. And some of the small, like, punching above their weight sort of cities that had special mentions from our entrepreneurs included Warsaw, in Poland, Manchester in the UK, and Bucharest, of course, in Romania. And finally, on per capita performance as well, which is a bit more of a punching above their weight metric, Luxembourg, you may make a point there around capital, Stockholm and Amsterdam. So my key question to you, and my key point off the back of this research that we were doing, again, centrally focused around European cities in its first iteration, is what transferable lessons there are for the highly ambitious work being done in this country. Thank you very much.
Luke, Graham, thanks for your presentation. The next presentation with Mr. Ravi Kumar.
Hello. All right. So after my friend Luke Graham, it's a hard act to follow. As you know, Luke is an expert in the world of cities, and it was a fascinating talk. I will try to match up to his knowledge, wisdom, and adding value to all of you. So I'm Ravi, and before I start my session today, first of all, I want to reveal my thoughts. I'm mind blown because this is the first time I am in Riyadh, first time in Saudi Arabia. And I have been a PropTech guy for the past 5 years or so. And my mind is blown with the kind of opportunities that Saudi Arabia, Riyadh especially, has presented. And the event, that the first time this event has happened. And I'm completely blown away with everything that has been presented, especially the people that I have met since morning. Everybody has been so kind, welcoming, and this is a start, and I'm going to keep coming here and associate myself with more opportunities in PropTech here. So I'm Ravi. I'm the founder of PropTech Buzz, and with PropTechBuzz.com, we are building the entire global ecosystem of PropTech players, and we are bringing them together in one app, PropTechBuzz.com. From Chile to Canada, from Czechia to Cambodia, we are bringing the entire global PropTech ecosystem under your fingertips with the help of our app. And today, my session is why connecting the global PropTech is the need of the hour. So what is the challenges that global PropTech is facing today? And I'm going to give you those challenges. They are not challenges that were found by me, but by the conversations that I have had in the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, I have spoken to more than 200 PropTech founders, CEOs from all over the globe through my YouTube channel. And I identified what are the main global PropTech challenges. So the industry faces, this is the only industry that faces tech adoption in the world. And what does it mean? As you know, real estate is the only industry with its biggest GDP. That is the biggest industry of all the industries. But in spite of that, the tech adoption in this industry is the least. Less than 1% is spent into technology in real estate, whereas other industries spend close to 5 to 10% in technologies. And why is that a sad state of affairs? Why tech adoption in global real estate is so less? There is a barometer that measures the success of an industry. And that barometer is how much of investor money, venture money, excuse me, is getting pumped into an industry. And you will be astonished that every year, almost $20 to $30 billion of venture funding is going to technology in real estate. Yes, that kind of money is getting pumped into real estate technology. But the sad part is that is not the real barometer. Even though money is getting pumped into this industry, the technology industry from the VCs, the sad part is that is not translating into adoption of technology on the ground. Okay, so a lot of venture money is actually getting dissipated, evaporated, and not resulting in true adoption. So the true barometer for any success is not how much venture fund is going into the industry, but actual tech adoption. And why is tech adoption so low? Again, it has a series of challenges. One of it is lack of awareness and lack of knowledge. And conferences like this definitely do a good job in building that awareness to increased tech adoption in this industry. What are the other challenges? This industry faces disorganized and fragmented global offerings. The kind of massive opportunities that the industry has confuses the hell out of everybody who is operating in real estate. There are technologies across multiple categories and subcategories. I've just listed a few here, but the list is endless. The categories are endless. It starts from, say, student housing, from multifamily, construction, commercial, single family, hospitality. There is a big overlap in fintech. There's a brokerage, smart buildings, retail, and it just goes on and on. And as a result, because of this growing plethora of categories and subcategories, it is so hard to make sense of this entire ecosystem when it comes to technology. I'm sharing a post from a good friend of mine, Ivan. He's the CEO of Built API. And he made a passionate plea on LinkedIn where he said, you know what, if we have to buy apps, and to find apps, we have to go to conferences, how silly it would look, right? But you don't go finding apps in conferences. In conferences, you go and build relationships. But when you have to make decisions about the offerings across the globe in a democratic fashion, you go to an app store, right? And he says, why do not we have a place where we can go and inform ourselves and make the right technology buying decisions? And that's the reality today, because there's no such avenues today where you can go and find yourself the tech solutions that you need for real estate. The other aspect of other challenge for this industry is it is hard to beat geographical limitations. If I need to know the demands of, say, Saudi Arabia, I need to be in Saudi Arabia, because while tech is global, real estate is local. If you're a developer in this region, it's very hard for the developer to go and find solution elsewhere, okay? So you are constrained by the geographical limitations, and that is something that is also an additional challenge, because yes, tech is global, tech should float fast. We want the best solutions from around the world so that you can choose democratically if there is a better solution available, say, in Malaysia. You should have access to that. Also, access to technology is not democratized. That means there are so many startups with great ideas, with great innovations, but they're not able to make their presence felt because they're not able to go to all the conferences, they are not able to travel, they do not have the funding. And as a result, what happens is there's no democratization of technology. So only who can fund themselves, only who have the avenues to make their presence felt, get the limelight. As a result, a lot of better technologies, better innovations who might not be as influential do not get the eyeballs. The fourth one is lack of technological education for this industry. As I said, conferences like this do a really good job in educating the industry, but a lot is yet to be captured. So as a result, what happens is, because of these elements, it is really hard for the tech adoption in this industry to happen. And what we need is a concept of global village, where the entire global ecosystem comes together and helps out together in a way where information is shared, knowledge is shared, discussed. Because again, this industry is so hard to crack. There are no one-point solutions. This industry needs integrations. This industries need local knowledge, local know-how. And as a result, it takes an entire village to make sense of this industry and marry technology and real estate together. And that's exactly why we built our platform, PropTech Buzz, with a mission to bring the global PropTech ecosystem to your fingertips, so that collaborations can seamlessly happen, conversations can seamlessly happen, and ideas merge together to build something really, really great. And hence, we built an open platform, a global village of sorts, where anybody from anywhere around the world can come together and exchange virtually. So we created an ecosystem, and this is a screenshot of one of our discussion forums, where we, in the last year or so, we built an ecosystem where people from around the world come in and share their ideas, collaborate, and find solutions for themselves. As you can see, we have had now around more than 1,300 posts there. More than close to 6,000 members are already in the platform from around the world. We have people from Cambodia, we have people from Malaysia, we have people from South America. We have, after this event, there were a lot of people from Saudi Arabia who are now part of the platform. And they are collaborating and they are educating themselves and networking themselves on our platform. Let me give you an example. In fact, I wanted to show you the live platform, but unfortunately, tech setup is such that I can only show you the PDFs. I'm giving an example of how the concept of global village is helping people on our platform. So here is Uday. Uday is the CEO of Nemadi. Nemadi is home inspection software in India. And he wanted help, okay? He wanted help and he asked on our platform. He said, we seem to be vexed by the problem of customer education. I'm really open to listening to all of you, how you are going about educating your customer of a service that is relatively new to the market. So he is not able to educate his customers. He has a great technology, but his prospective customers are still old. They have not learned about this industry. So he asked this question. And let me give you an example, the concept of global village, how the entire global village comes to his rescue and offers help. So as you can see, it starts with James. James is the CEO of FSBO. My dear friend Sean is also here, I think, yes. So James from USA offers help. He says, hey, endless effort there, do webinars, search terms, YouTube, Facebook, direct selling, and so on. And Uday thanks him. Then Sean from South Africa, he offers him help, and Uday thanks him. Then Scott Petronis from USA, he offers help, and Uday thanks him. And then Colleen from Germany, he offers help, and Uday thanks him. Naveen from India, he offers help. Lillian from Uganda, she offers help. So as you can see, there was this one entrepreneur, one PropTech entrepreneur from India who was struggling to get an answer and looked at the kind of diverse collaboration and the kind of diverse help he is getting from different parts of the world. And that is exactly what our mission was. That is exactly what we dreamt about when we built this platform, where we brought the entire PropTech ecosystem across the globe under one umbrella. And this is what our vision is, that more and more people connect and help in free flow of information, free flow of business partnership, free flow of technological adoption across the globe. Here is another example. There is a guy, HomeTrack, who is looking for a co-founder CEO, and he shared that in our platform, and within 48 hours, he was able to talk to 3 people, and eventually he found his co-founder CEO for his company. There was another entrepreneur who was looking to sell his startup because the investors had backed out, and within 48 hours, they were able to get into a room of one of the biggest competitors of WeWork, that is REGA, and they were into a room just because they were able to pose that question into our platform. So the idea that I'm trying to share is, because of this platform, globally, your conversations, your needs are amplified, and you get help from unexpected quarters, which otherwise would have been really, really hard. And taking the concept of a global village, we also have something called chat.proptechbuzz.com. What it does is, all the different communities that we have, it becomes like a community, a sort of a global village where you can actually come in and have chat-like conversations for whichever community that you want. And you can pin your favorite communities so that, say, for example, you are interested in property management solutions, or you are interested in livable cities. You can go to that community and pin that so that you can have conversations in that community itself. So it's called chat.proptechbuzz.com. I wanted to share that there is already conversations happening for this event, for Riyadh event, and that was also fascinating. Within 1 day of launching our platform, there is a lot of conversation from Saudi Arabia happening already. We have had more than 250 DMs exchange on our platform. And what we have also done is we have created a safe space for all the CEOs and founders from PropTech industry. And it's called the Incognito VIP room, where, again, a lot of conversations happen within the VIPs. This is a private room. That means non-VIPs do not have access to this. So we give access to you. We make you as VIP member, and then so that it's safe and secure. It's just between CXOs, CEOs, founders, and so on from around the world. So my point is, what we have built is, we have built one of the world's best community infrastructure from ground up. Because we have not taken any licensed software or third-party tool. No, we have written every piece of code ourselves, because we know if we build it ground up, if we code every piece of it, we will be able to build the best infrastructure that real estate communities need across the globe. And that is our vision, and that's why we have invested a lot of our own money, resources, ideas, product knowledge to build the best global PropTech ecosystem there is. So I'm giving you a few examples. Here is the Exchange MLS community from South Africa, from Africa actually. This is the first MLS in Africa. They have already built their community on our platform, and the entire MLS community is able to engage there. Here is US PropTech Council, one of the largest communities in the world, led by Amy Polvedo. They also have launched their community on our platform, and they are able to manage. The beautiful thing is, it's not a community within yourself. It's a community amongst a larger community. That means your members in your community are also not just interacting within the community, but are able to interact with the larger community. As a result, the benefits are compounding, right? And that's the best part of it. There is another community, BEFO group, global community, and happy to also state that here is a Reside community. This is a South African community as well. So there are multiple communities, and very happy to say that we have launched the PropTech Saudi Arabia community as well, where a lot of conversations are already happening. And I would urge all of you to go to install proptechbuzz.com and be part of this community, and not just be part of this community, but also join hands with other communities that have these collaborations. Yeah, so my plea is that it's imperative that the entire globe comes together. We are offering the infrastructure. So our mission is very clear. We built the best infrastructure and the tools so that there is free flow of conversations, there is free flow of ideas, so that overall the global PropTech ecosystem benefits. And platform is primarily the communities that you have, public communities like country portals, country communities are completely free. So I would urge all of you to build and nurture your own community on the platform. And as I said, I think I already mentioned this to you. This is the global village, as I mentioned. And here is PropTech Saudi Arabia. We launched this just 2 days ago. And as you can see, there are conversations already happening. There are posts by Mohammed. There's posts by Nora. And in fact, I have not updated. As we speak, there are conversations already happening. So as I said, please join this community, and so that you can start managing your conversations all by yourself. Also, the platform is not just about communities, but the platform is also about educating yourself about different products, right, across the globe. So what we have done is we have created different product categories on our platform, from co-living, short-term rental products, multifamily, single-family homes, real estate developer technology, smart buildings, AR, VR, 3D. So we have created these product categories on our platform so that it is easy for anybody to go to a category and find solutions there and filter based on geographies. Because by January next year, we will have the entire category of products, technology products in Saudi Arabia. We are already talking to many people here on how we can build the entire Saudi Arabia ecosystem in terms of technology, so that all the real estate players will be able to find the right technology for Saudi Arabia. Similarly, we are doing for India, we are doing for UK, we are launching one country after another. We already have around 1,000 products globally launched. We have been slow because we were building the infrastructure from ground up, but you will see in the next 3 to 6 months, we will ramp up the directory of global PropTech on the platform so that it is easy for you. And these are not just dumb product pages. No, every product pages is community driven. That means a product page is there, you will be able to see who the founders are. You can chat with the founders right there on our platform. You can chat with the business development right there on the platform. And you can start having business conversations right there in the platform. So it's very immersive. These are not static product pages, static directory pages. That's how it is. This is an example of how a product page looks like. It gets better, actually. We are improving the product pages even more. You can see, once we promote the product pages on our platform, it gets a lot of views. So this product page, they were promoted, so they got around 50,000 views when we launched them on our platform. So when you come to the platform, if you are a PropTech owner, then you put your products there, and we ensure that you get the relevant eyeballs. As I said, we have a VIP room on our platform. VIPs are meant for CEOs, CXOs from all across the globe. So we have around 700 plus VIPs every day. People are joining in, and we are giving them VIP access. So VIP, what it does is it just concentrates between the decision makers and the rest. So it makes it easy for you to know that you are talking to the cream of the industry. And more than 7,000 members already on the platform. We are also a media house, right? With Global PropTech Forum here, we are their media partners. So we write stories. We have written more than 1,000 stories for real estate technology, and we have given them a lot of eyeballs. We are really good with Google. Google, because of our reputation domain authority of the last 2 years, we have been able to get a good reputation at Google. So when you cover your stories on our platform, it really gets you the right eyeballs. And once you create your profile on our platform, okay, for example, Amy Gorsey is from Redistribute. When you create your profile, right after LinkedIn comes, and if you search your name, the profile on PropTech Buzz comes right after LinkedIn. So you can imagine that Google is now trusting us and giving it the credibility to show it in search results for the name Amy Gorsey. So the first one is LinkedIn, and then it's PropTech Buzz. Same is the case with my friend Adrian. When you search for Adrian Danella, his LinkedIn profile, then PropTech Buzz LinkedIn profile. So there's a lot of credibility when you are creating your own profile on our platform. So I would urge all of you to come to PropTech Buzz and create your own profiles as well. And as you can see, Google is also giving reviews and ratings for your platform. So for example, your product is launched on our platform, and people vote it. And as you can see, there are 18 votes to the top product, right? TrueMe. TrueMe is launched on our platform. It has got 18 votes. So it's very important that you get more votes so that you start appearing really, really well and credible on LinkedIn as well. And not just that, all the discussions that happen on our community, they are also appearing in Google search. So as you can see, there is a discussion that happened, the next frontier in real estate scams. So somebody started that thread. And it is appearing also in Google. So that means it's just like Reddit for Global PropTech, so that all the conversations are not just private or hidden, but if you are part of a public forum, it starts appearing also on Google. So that is also evidence of how Google is trusting our platform and giving it as search results for a lot of user-generated content. And what does the community say about us? They say that, okay, it's one of the best networking platform, and we have been getting a lot of good words from all the members on our platform. So yeah, I would urge everybody to go to proptechbuzz.com or App Store or Play Store and install it, and we connect there. Some of our upcoming roadmap, we are building Power Search. That means when you search for any product category like property management, you will find categories, you will find products, you will find discussions. Then you will also find media articles that we are writing. So we are categorizing the search results based on what you want out of every product category. Okay? Whether it is property management, whether it is, say, a real estate investment products, you will be able to find, when you do a power search, you will be able to find all the information about it in these different subcategories. We are also introducing country portals. Country portals is for every country. We are building a country portal, like for example, UAE PropTech portal will be coming next Jan. In the country portals, you will be able to find all the products for that country. As I said, we are also launching for Saudi Arabia. All the products, the categories, the discussion forums for that category, the community for that category, and it will make your life easy to find the right products for your country. All right. So my last plea is come. If you want to build your own community, whether it's a private community, public community, feel free to come to PropTech Buzz and create your own community. That's my pitch. Thank you. If there are any audience questions. If there are none, thank you.
Thanks, Ravi Kumar, for your presentation. العرض التالي بعنوان
Presentation is facilitating real estate transactions using PropTech, presented by Abdul Majid Al-Bgimi, co-founder of Najm company. Please, Abdul Majid.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and the privilege to join the global PropTech Summit. I'm going to talk about previous experience in the private sector and public sector in digital transformation. I'm going to address PropTech in the private sector. We're going to focus on facilitating real estate transaction between private and the public sector and how the startups can grow and scale up in this sector. Without the recent development in this sector and the momentum and the digital transformation, the transactions were very difficult and challenging. And we have this kind of fragmentation of regulations. With the digital transformation, such regulations and facilitation supported and driven by digital transformation in Saudi Arabia was an accelerator in real estate sector. I'm going to talk about 6 key streams. The first one, Saudi Arabia in particular, wants to increase the housing ownership. So we have innovation revolving around digital transformation in affordable housing. In second, platform provides a list of housing units which can meet the expectation based on the geography and income at his location or at his place without putting in any effort and with ease, great ease. So this is one of the area for improvement and innovation. Having startups, this is what can help the digital transformation, and this is what is increased remarkably in terms of housing units. The second track, the PropTech in luxury housing. We are building giant projects such as NEOM and REGA such technologies and such giant and giga project requires technologies at the level of infrastructure and at the level of for the growth of this sector to enhance and to attract foreign investment and international investment. We need to develop such areas. We need to build SMEs and the startups which can accelerate this prop tech. And we have hospitality. We target 100 million visitors, and this is growing rapidly. And this is make His Excellency the Minister of Tourism change the target to take it higher. And we have hospitality sector and tech companies which can ease the management of hospitality management, the hospitality facilities. So using such tools and to facilitate this process at the level of payment for the protection of customers and for the operators of such facilities, hospitality facilities. The fourth track, which is smart cities, as an example, CAFT it's a unique one, standing out as a smart city, a seamless city, but we need a number of technologies specialized in this regard to make it more, to make it smarter at the level of the population and the staff working in the district, so can provide a place for work and a place to live and to work and to enjoy and to entertain. So we develop this sector in a very excellent and remarkable manner. The fifth track, which is the storage and distribution of warehouses. We have international brands which will start business, so they need a strategic location and technologies, innovative technologies for housing and to spread and to manage their storage. Such technologies we innovate. We can innovate in such technologies in logistics and warehousing. The final one, the real estate tech and PropTech, as part of the Vision 2030. The infrastructure should focus on the specialized real estate, such as hospitals, schools, and entertainment facilities. So we need different technologies from the conventional technologies used in other sectors. So, for instance, for the blockchain, the land ownership authority started to engage and to integrate the blockchain. Now the real estate register is adopting the same technology and to cope and keep abreast with the digital transformation to make our real estate transactions run by blockchain to check what's going on. The transactions, such transactions are maintained and stored in a reliable manner in the real estate register by using blockchain. In Nozzle company, we are moving such things in a different manner. Nozzle platform is mainly concerned about building infrastructure for real estate sector, and we largely focused how we can transfer this kind of experience to the broker or the individual developer. So easing communication between stakeholders and the beneficiaries and users in our platform reduce the fees and the operation, the caps the caps less than expected. So we have reduced the number of messages from 50 messages around inquiries, a real estate rented or sold, to 10 messages, and meaningful messages to reduce time and efforts. And enhancing the experience of the customers. In our platform, you can see the full details of this property. You can rent or to book this unit through electronic payment by using MADA cards. No need for cash for conducting this kind of transactions. And this is what we are mainly concerned about, enhancing the end user experience. So we have related the customer service with the artificial intelligence, which is related to technologies which facilitate and ease that the way of doing business for the broker and for individual developer in case of adopting such technologies, the technologies will ease their business and to focus on the development of real estate. And the streamlining the payment methods, so you can visit a website and instantly and on the spot you can book your unit, and you can delve into the full details. So the transaction can be made through the Ministry of the Ministry of Housing. So such facilities are combined as data which inform decision making to take quick actions. So we give them the appropriate analytical tools for those who handle the real estate properties, and for us we can forecast the demand on real estate in the future. We have witnessed as well electronic marketing, and we have been attracted to this summit through marketing or influencers. So electronic marketing witnesses significant growth. Today we focused in Nozzle, the real estate broker can sign up to follow the visits on this product or listing, and to know the age group interested in this product and what are the interests to be analyzed at on the long run. One of the key strengths is the digital transformation and the protection of personal data. We have a clear-cut model for the protection of the data of our beneficiaries and our customers as well. The government support and the encouraging and driving innovation. We have more than 30 high-tech companies. So this is a catalyst for us as entrepreneurs to innovate and create and to accelerate this kind of landscape. So we are improving the comprehensive transformation of digital transformation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we are geared for realizing towards realizing the Vision 2030. Thank you, and I would like to thank you for your time. If you have any inquiries, I'm ready and willing to answer any question. Thank you for your Mr. Abdul Majid. The next presentation titled How Technology Assists in Real Estate Transformation, or embracing the digital revolution, how technology is transforming real estate investment.
Hello everyone.
مرحبا بالجميع.
It has been a long day.
كان يوما طويلا. سأحاول أن أقدم عرضي سريعا. هذا هو أنا المدير التنفيذي لبليكات المملكة العربية السعودية. سوف نتحدث اليوم عن كيف التحول الرقمي يغير القطاع العقاري في المملكة وفي العالم. إنه حدث أننا هنا اليوم في الرياض في أمام وفي صدارة مركز الابتكار في المملكة العربية السعودية، ونحن نشهد تغيرا كبير في سلوك الأشخاص الذين يستثمرون في قطاع العقار. لذلك هذا التغير يحدث بسبب التوقعات المشترين والذين يستثمرون في قطاع العقار. هم يتوقعون بأن يكون لدينا عمليات سريعة وآمنة. هذه المنصة التي لدينا، هذا ما تعطيه المنصة بالنسبة للمستخدمين. لذلك هذا ما سوف نتحدث عنه اليوم. كيف للتحول الرقمي يمكن أن يعزز من الاستثمارات في القطاع العقاري من خلال هذا التحول الرقمي. لذلك نحن نتحدث هنا عن توقعات المشتري وأيضا المنصات الرقمية وسلسلة البلوك تشين. هذه الركائز الثلاث الآن هي التي غيرت السوق. على سبيل المثال بالنسبة للبائع والمشتري كما ذكرناه يتوقعون بأن يكون هناك عمليات سريعة وآمنة واستثمارات استخدام المنصات الرقمية، وأيضا بأن يكون هناك استخدام بلوك تشين، سلسلة بلوك تشين بطريقة آمنة. لماذا هذا الأمر سيساعد هنا في استثمارات قطاع العقار؟ القطاع العقار هو قطاع محلي بامتياز، وهو يعتمد على المستثمرين المحليين الذين يعيشون في البلد والتي يستثمرون فيها. ولكن مع وجود الأدوات الحالية التي لدينا في الاستثمار أو في الأدوات الرقمية التي لدينا من المنصات الرقمية وأيضا المتكاملة مع الواقع المعزز، وهنا نحن هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية لدينا منصات رقمية يمكن بالفعل أن تعالج عملية التوثيق بالنسبة للوثائق والصكوك القانونية للبيع والشراء. هذا الأمر سوف يعزز من عملية الاستثمار في قطاع العقار. في اليابان وفي نيويورك يمكن أن يستثمروا في عقارات في المملكة العربية السعودية أو في أي بلد آخر، بينما
this is actually what brings the globalization. This will help to reduce the risk by diversifying your portfolio and increasing your profitability and benefits. And this is what we are seeing from the changes that we are seeing right now in the market. Sorry. So as I mentioned, overcoming localized market limitations by globalizing your portfolio through the digital platforms will help you reduce the limitations for investments and also gives you easy access. So it also not only benefiting the investors, but also benefiting the developers and the sellers of the properties. Because at the end, you are targeting an expanded or bigger pool of investors that they can invest in your property that you have developed. And guess what? When you have this expanded pool, this will definitely increase your funding and liquidity. And you will do exactly what you are specialized in as a developer. You will develop lands, you will develop more properties to be sold in the market. I will give an example for an instant. Here in Saudi, we are the leading Islamic country in the world. So a lot of people will always be interested to having a closer property or home to the holy mosques in Medina or Mecca. This might be happening in Jeddah or any closer city. So imagine if these people can actually buy their own homes while they are just sitting at their own home country without leaving there. And they can come and visit. How big can be the pool of investors that they can buy property here in Saudi? So this is the 2 points that we are doing by globalizing the investments. And again, these are the 2 benefits that we are seeing from this. So another key innovation from the investments or the digital investment is actually the fractional ownership. So basically, fractional ownership is when you allow small and medium investors to invest in real estate, but without spending huge amount of money upfront. So people can start investing starting from a fraction of the total investment or the total amount needed to invest in the property. For example, if the unit is 1 million riyal, for example, people can start investing from 5,000 or 10,000. This not only allowing small investors to enter the market or people that they cannot enter the market because of the amount or the financial constraint, this also will increase the liquidity for the market or for the developers. So this is basically the fractional ownership. And here when it comes, so here when it comes Blecka. Blecka is a fractional ownership platform that allows small investors to invest in real estate without having the hassle of managing the units, or the hassle of or the barrier of the high amount of money that needs to be invested upfront. So our objective or our main objective is to democratize the real estate investment within Saudi Arabia and later on within the world. So you can be based in Jeddah and invest in units in Riyadh without even visiting these units and start getting your own yield or return on investments due to the investment that you did from these units without having this. So looking forward, I think the PropTech industry or the real estate e-commerce, as I always call it, it will always try to look for more technologies and more opportunities to be created. If we are talking about e-commerce in real estate, and we took an example of a fashion industry 10 or 15 years ago, people were very skeptical about buying t-shirt or clothes online. But now, if we are talking about e-commerce in the fashion industry, it became the driving force for this industry. Also, if we went to grocery shopping, if we went to even sometimes car shopping right now, a lot of car dealers, they are now encouraging buying cars online. And this is exactly what we are expecting the real estate industry to be. So we are expecting that the transactions will be completed online from the property search till closing the deal, all happening online, all digitally, without leaving your own home to do that. Even you can do your through augmented reality, you can do the viewing, the check everything in the property without leaving it. So this is what we are expecting from to develop more in the property or the property e-commerce, as I always call it. So we are in the downstairs in our booth. So if you want to discuss more or you want to hear from us more, please. We are expecting you to visit us. So we are Blecka and downstairs in our booth. Thank you.
شكرا سامر أبو السعود على هذا العرض.
This is the end of the presentation of the first day of the Global Summit of PropTech. This presentation is a picture of real estate management to be provided by Mr. Al-Klaibi.
السلام عليكم. Good evening everyone. First of all, I want to
بداية أريد أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل وأتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لليوم نجاح اليوم الأول. لدينا كوكبة من المتحدثين والعقول المبدعة والمبتكرة. بداية موضوعي هو حول التقنية.
In our presentation today, we'll take a look first at the current status of the real estate market, what is happening, what has changed in the recent few years. Then we will move into an idea of the PropTech. What is PropTech? What is some of the key areas that it covers? After that, we will spend the better parts of our presentation in the new technologies shaping the future of property management and the way we interact with our properties. Then we will end up by a few key takeaways about property management and the new technologies in the market. Before we start, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Abdurrahman Al-Klaibi. I'm the CEO of PropertyNet. PropertyNet is the leading PropTech in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 years of experience, ranging from providing technologies to providing operational solutions. On a personal level, I have 15 years of experience spanning on multiple sectors: real estate, technology, sourcing, construction. I've always been passionate about adapting new technologies and new processes. I still remember, and I've said this story before, over 20 years ago when I first interned in my family's real estate office, I pitched them adapting emails as a method of receiving and sending documents. And it was at that time when I faced the first barrier of technology in the real estate industry. According to KPMG, a survey that they have done on 2020, only or less than 50% of real estate companies have a digitalization strategy. And of those 50%, only a third would consider themselves to be digitally companies or digitally advanced companies. So unfortunately, the sector has been lacking when it comes to technology. But in recent years, fortunately enough, things has changed in the kingdom. With the introduction of REGA as a governing authority over the real estate sector, things has changed. So regulation and legislation became faster, which helped in adapting new technologies. And with the introduction of Al-Wataniya Al-Iskan, NHC, and multiple platforms, it helped the market to be more digitalized, to move into digitalization. So it took the burden of educating the market from the private sector to the governmental and semi-governmental sector. As a result, we see an increase in appetite for PropTechs. According to latest reports, over 200 PropTechs are actually functioning now in the kingdom. So what is PropTech? PropTech basically is an umbrella term that describes every technology or an application that either solve a challenge or unlock an opportunity in the real estate industry. There are key areas that PropTech covers. First, property search, so listing sites and transaction. Then there is design and construction, so 3D modeling, 3D printing. Then after that, there is investment and financing, so partial ownership platforms or crowdfunding. And last but not least, property management and operation softwares like PropertyNet, where you automate processes such as leasing, collection, maintenance, etc. So what are the major technologies that are going to change the way we interact with our properties? There are 4 main technologies that I think will change the way we manage our properties. First, IoT or Internet of Things. Second, artificial intelligence and machine learning. Third, virtual and augmented reality. Fourth, drones. Each and every one of these technologies will need an entire seminar, not just a segment in a presentation. So my goal is just to shed some light on them, define them in the context of property management, then give an example of each and every one of them. So to begin with, IoT, or Internet of Things. What is Internet of Things? It's a network of physical devices, home appliance, vehicles, of which we embed sensors to collect data, then analyze these data. It helps communication between devices. So in simpler terms, it is making everyday object a smarter object. Some of the components of IoT, first, sensors. So it collects data from the devices itself and the environment around the device. Then there is connectivity, which is the ability to transmit these data and to store it, whether if it's on the cloud or on-premise servers. Then data processing, which is basically the analytics we do on those data to derive value. Then the user interface, which is the portal we log in to see and get value from these data. Some of the applications of IoT in property management. First, smart buildings. Imagine having the ability to adjust the temperature within this room based on the temperature outside automatically. Or imagine being able to make sure that there is a sufficient level of oxygen through ventilations based on the number of occupants within a certain area. Or imagine enabling motion sensors just to turn on and off lights based on motion around you. How much will you save in terms of energy cost? How much will you increase in terms of convenience for your tenants? Another utilization is in predictive maintenance. By installing sensors on those devices, you can collect information such as temperature, vibration, which will help you spot anomalies the moment it happened before a problem escalates. So knowing about a leak the moment it happened before it damages half of the property will go a long way in increasing and sustaining these properties for a long time. An example of IoT in action is Siemens office buildings in both Switzerland and Germany. By enabling AOTs, by adapting such an approach, they have a 30% reduction in energy consumption and carbon emission. They increased the employees' comfort by making sure that there is a sufficient level of oxygen, of course, within the working areas. And in one building alone, they were able to save 340,000 euros on annual energy costs. So as impressive as IoT, it's not the only technology. If there was a buzz term going around lately, it is AI. So what is AI? AI, or artificial intelligence, is the simulation of human intelligence done by a computer. So whether if it's being learning, reasoning, or self-correction. On the other hand, ML is a subset of AI where you enable machines to learn by themselves. So what are some of the components and concepts when it comes to AI? First, data input. So the more data we gather, whether from IoT or market data, latest selling prices, latest rental prices, etc., or even data from social media toward the sentiment, toward a certain property or a certain location. All of these data input will help in deriving more value and driving AI. So second concept is algorithm. Algorithm is basically the list of instructions that we give the system on how to deal with this data. Then training and learning, which is the machine learning part. Then the prediction and the output that we get from the system. So an example or some of the applications of AI in property management. First, predictive analytics, being able to predict the latest rental prices, being able to predict when a tenant will churn, or how much, forecasting how much will you need in terms of maintenance on a single property that you are going to manage. Another utilization is in tenant personalization. In today's day and age, tenants expect more of a different experience and more tailor-made experience from their property managers. So the level or the type of amenities and properties or facilities within the property that you would recommend to a tenant with a family of children is different than the recommendation for a family with teenagers or young adults. So being able to do this at scale is a place where AI will add a lot of value for property managers. Last but not least, chatbots. having the ability to have a 24/7 customer service that can reply to your tenant, to your prospective tenants, and you can program these chatbots to trigger some action based on the communication with your tenants. An example of AI in action is in Zillow and their product Zestimate. It's an AI pricing model, and according to the latest studies, it has an accuracy of over 82%. It increases the seller's profit by 7%, and above all, it reduced the time to sell by 20%. A third, and an important technology that we should consider and think about when doing property management is virtual and augmented reality. So what is virtual reality? It's a computer-generated, simulated 3D environment. On the other hand, AR is a technologically imposed image into the view of the user of the real world. So even though that we always mention the two together, they are completely different. In the case of virtual reality, you submerge the user into a different environment by putting on a helmet. In the case of AR or augmented reality, you improve the user view of the world by imposing an image, whether if it's be it through a cell phone or a tablet or even a smart glasses. Some of the utilization in property management. First, of course, having a VR tour, it will expand your reach. It will give you the chance to market your properties to people around other places, whether if it's across this other side of the country or even across the other side of the globe. Having the ability to do virtual touring will increase the potential of your reach when it comes to property management. Another utilization in design visualization. Imagine having the ability to see what a piece of furniture will look like in the middle of your living room, or what your property will look like after doing some renovations. Last but not least, in terms of maintenance, by creating 3D models and 3D twins of your properties, you can train your maintenance team on multiple scenarios that you need to train them on these different properties rather than dispatching those teams physically. An example of that is in REGA and their product Vera. It helps you create digital twin. It helps you overlay schematics and manual within the view of the technician without needing to use their hands. And as a result of that, you should expect an increase in maintenance efficiency by 25%, a reduction of equipment downtime resulting from the efficiency by 30%, and an example of one of their properties, of one of their clients who manages a property of 500,000 square feet. They were able to save $400,000 on annual cost of maintenance. So last but not least, drones. Drones in property management drones in general has multiple utilizations. So what is a drone? A drone is an unmanned aircraft, a flying robot that you can manage and operate remotely, or it can perform autonomous flying. It is equipped with sensors, it is equipped with GPS and with cameras. So when it comes to property management, there are some key characteristics for drones. First, unmanned or remotely operated. Second, powered by cameras, sensors and GPS, could perform autonomous flying, and above all, it gathers aerial data. So some of the utilization when it comes to property management. First, property inspections. Imagine having the ability to scan an entire exterior of a building through a drone to find cracks, to find damages, to find problems. Another utilization is in security and surveillance, so parameter checking, and above all, crowd management, especially for large properties like King Abdullah Financial District. By deploying drones, they can manage traffic and rearrange the traffic and forecast blockage points for a smoother experience of their visitors. Last but not least, marketing and promotions. Always having an aerial shot of your property will increase the appeal of the property and will give you more chances of selling or renting this property. An example of that is in RER, السجل العقاري, and their effort of registration properties by utilizing drones as part of their arsenal when doing geospatial scanning and gathering surveys for the real estates. They were able to announce that they have registered over 1 million real estate in phase 1 registration. So I know it's a lot. So to conclude, few key takeaways. First, PropTech is going to transform the way we manage our properties, whether if it is IoT, AI, VR and AR, or drones. However, we need to look at these technologies as a part of an ecosystem, as a spectrum that covers the entire operation of property management. So where should you start? Assess your current capabilities, devise and create a digitalization plan, then make sure that you partner with a highly integratable system that will give you the ability to integrate with multiple PropTechs in the future. The idea is to reach full automation when it comes to property management, which will free property managers and give them the time to move to becoming more of a community managers, not just a property managers. The future of property management is in high tech and low touch. So start today, contact us at PropertyNet, manage your information, control your properties. Thank you so much. If you have any more questions, just reach out to us at PropertyNet or reach out to me directly on my LinkedIn. Thank you so much for being a pleasant audience.
Thanks for your presentation, عبد الرحمن الكليبي. كان هذا آخر عرض من يومنا الأول.
The final presentation about PropTech management. Ladies and gentlemen, hoping to see you all over again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start at about 9 o'clock. See you then. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.